Yay, it's working! Woohoo! Hello, everybody! Oh, now I've got to do that again. Okay, right. So pop out the chat again, because that managed to corrupt itself. I do not know. So really, come on, YouTube. XSplit was working fine. It was YouTube which was causing the fun. Hello, everyone. Right, now I need to move that from the filming angle to the Bruships angle. Oh. Yeah, that's okay. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? So, let's see. Hello, Mark Francis. Hello, John Shea. Hello, Knights of Front. Not sure this area, but on 20th of April 1964, according to records, Foreign Secretary Rab Butler was called to see US President Johnson. And he waited what are US dollars interacting. To come to him in future, his country wanted a cash handout rather than go selling buses to Cuba. I don't think that actually happened. For starters, I doubt they'd call the Foreign Secretary to see the President over that, because he'd have to go across the Atlantic. And if they called the Ambassador over it, it would be a really stupid. And for selling buses to Cuba, again, the British government probably say, well, that's a private company selling those buses, and frankly, would you rather they were buying them off the Soviets? This way, at least they're buying them. The money's coming into our pockets to pay for our guns to the side on this side of NATO. So no, I don't think there's lots of fun stories, but I don't think it's true. Hello, Michael Cooch. How's I was thinking, Mark Honest? Yeah, it's far more like Johnson was a far more pragmatic person than that, and there are many random stories about him which are not true. It does make good copy. By the way, we're talking about President Johnson, not Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson does his own random things. Okay. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Basically, that's the thing. No one really cares if the bosses get as long as they get paid. No one's really going to worry too much. And considering how good British buses were at the time, it's probably another way of kind of mucking up their economy. Yeah. Hello, Mike Newman. Hello, Carl von Gosberg. Hello, Dan Freeman. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Tanaferka. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Ooh. What about buses? There's always stuff about buses. According to the Spectator, US President told Her Majesty's Britannic Foreign Ministry to come to him in future if these countries. That's the Spectator, and yeah, I love the Spectator. There are many things in it, but they do like to. Let's put it this way. Their requirement for repeating that kind of joke because it's going to be funny and make people laugh is that there be like one source saying it. And my requirement for believing that is that I would need multiple sources. And again, the British Foreign Secretary, if he's... let's put it this way. If it was part of another pre-exchanged meeting, which they were already there about, maybe the British Foreign Secretary would be there. But again, I doubt, in the nicest way... Rab Butler was... Well, let's see, his posts were Foreign Secretary, Home Secretary. He was Foreign Secretary under Alec Douglas Home. He was Deputy Prime Minister pretty much under Macmillan. Yeah, I don't. Looking at him, he doesn't seem to me to be the type that you would do that sort of joke with. Besides, he's Foreign Secretary 1963 to 1964. I don't know if he actually visits America during that time. Johnson was president 1963 to 1969 November. Yeah, they do overlap, but I highly doubt they have that kind of fun conversation. His only major foreign trip was to Washington. And the only source for that is Jago. And Jago is... Jago Michael, the Butler, the best prime minister we never had. Yeah, from Bite Back Publishing. I haven't read the book. I'm sure it's well researched. The moment I see a title like the best prime minister we never had, or this, that, and the other, I become highly suspect, because that's a very clickbaity title. Great content and can be selling great history, and you do need to go with a slightly clickbaity title to get things taken off. But there is also, I haven't read it, but let's put it this way: I wouldn't be necessarily sure I believe that I'd follow that story or believe it happened like that. Hi, quite loud clipping. I have no idea why there is clipping going on. Let me check the audio mixer and check what's going on. Ba-da-ba bing bong bing. Hello. Shouldn't be any clipping going on. Let me turn that down just a tad and see if that's better. So hopefully that's better for you. I've just played around with it just a little bit, but yeah, there shouldn't be any clipping going on. I've not got anything on. No noise gate, no noise suppressor, no compressor, no parametric equalizer. None of that's going on. No, not even a VST plugin is active. So it shouldn't be any clipping, theoretically, he says. My ears. Hi, Amelia Barham. Hi, Wayne. Hi, Steve Richards. Hi, Colin Cameron. Hi, G Guy. Hi, Dope Squad. Hi, Mike Newman. Hi, Colin Gosberg. Hi, Wayne's World. Wayne. Did you see the video interview with the guy who rescued Haida? It's on my things to list. Hello, Sean, quickly. 1901 Iron Brew? No, I just have regular Iron Brew this evening. Yeah, but the Spectator recorded about it, but, yeah. Oh, Dope Squad, you've got 1901 Iron Brew. Nice. Sold in Sainsbury's. Ooh. Nice. Would the 1920 South Dakota class have been the end of the road for the American Standard Line? It would have been interesting had they been built. Had they been built, it certainly would have had a fact. And by the way, apologies for starting slightly late this evening, but honestly, I was walking the dogs. And it was just going, no, I was sort of going, ouch. Hello, Daniel McCool. Hello, Tien Wong. The Rapper Work. Just finished Red Soul Rhyme. Tom Clancy did good work, but it's a long read. Yes, and he did have a lot of help. Hello, Josh Funk. Hello, Richards. If Dead Storm Rising made it to sort of screen, it would have to be a mini-series. And it would have to be someone like Amazon probably taking on, because they're the only ones who've really got the money to do it justice. Because it would have to be colossal. Third Squad. What probably happened was the senior Civil Servant or junior minister decided to tell the journalist an outrageous story to see if they take the bait. It's a very old game, Whitehall. It's an incredibly old game, Whitehall, and in Washington, where both sets of politicians like and senior civil servants like to do it. Sean Courtney, let's see. I have a few questions to ask you. First off, if a ship has all its machinery installed on a slipway, does it stress the hull, particularly if the machinery is installed extremely out of centre? Yeah, but it does depend on how you're supporting the hull and how you're building the hull and in what time period we're talking about because of the way they design and construct the hull. So yeah, it can have an impact, but usually you design the supports and the struts and all those things you see supporting the hull on the slipway around the idea of supporting that weight. No. What's the worst conspiracy theory you've ever heard? Oh. The worst one I've ever heard. Oh, good lord, there have been so many that made me laugh. The most silly one I've ever heard was I was at a conference and they had this... Let's call him an academic. He was an academic. He teaches at a university in the country where he's from. And pretty much his argument was the entirety of World War I was made up and was a lie to cover for so that the Allies could attack Turkey. That actually the rest of World War I didn't happen. It was all about exploitation of Turkey. And I was looking at him and going... And he based this all on... This entire thesis came from something he'd read in a newspaper from, I think, an Australian newspaper from the middle of the outback somewhere. And I was sitting there going... And the thing is, we were actually with, when he was saying this, about 4 quite eminent World War I historians, and I have honestly never seen 3 men and a woman who are quite erudite and thing... Consciously go, and you can all see all 4 of them mentally think at the same time. Is he pulling our leg? Is he really, really stupid, or are we onto something really weird here? Where do we go from this? And that was just the first break of that conference. That conference went downhill from there in break times. The amount of wackadoodle things I heard. It was international conferences can be interesting. Many similar. Yep, better. No clipping. I have no idea what was causing the clipping, but you know. So the start on it. It was bad when you joined. When you raised your voice, it was clipping. I wonder why. My coach, you have a beard. Drac has a beard. Dr. Lambert has a beard. Is there some sort of rule about the hirsutness of the British naval historians? Is a full set mandatory? The only one who I can think of who doesn't is Marcus Faulkner. Otherwise, Harry Bennett also has a beard. Alessio has a beard. Yeah, I'm trying to think of naval historians without beards now, and it's getting difficult. Basically, the only one I've got is Marcus Faulkner. But you've got more headroom now, and volume sounds good. Excellent. So, I heard something about the Eye of Jupiter birthing a planet and that switching the Earth's rotation north and south in 4004 BC and destroying an advanced civilization. That sounds on par with the people who go, the pyramids couldn't have possibly been built by humans. It's too complicated and too difficult. The people back in those times must have been stupid. No, they weren't. They really weren't. And why have all these peoples around the world built pyramids? Because actually, pyramids are very stable and actually quite easy structures to build. Relatively. If you're going to try and build a skyscraper with with sort of that sort of era technology, you're not going to do it. But building a pyramid, you build a base, which is so wide, then you build a net level, and then you build a level above that, and level above that, and hopefully it doesn't sink down too much. Hi, Jimmy. Evening all. Admiral Togo claimed to be the reincarnation of Nelson. Ben Stokes is definitely the reincarnation of HMS Warspite. I don't think Togo claimed to be the reincarnation of Nelson. It's just some people tried to say he did. He really didn't. He was not that way inclined. Togo was a very interesting gentleman, but not that way inclined. Amelia Barrow. For World War II, if Germany was going to have a design for a fast battleship based on World War I design, would it be Bayern or Mackensen? Mackensen would be far better to go for than Bayern. Bayern has weird stuff in it. Michael Patton. Happy birthday. Anuk, hello. Listen, so the story is made up even though Cuba did buy 450 British Leyland buses, and we know the collision between Yamasha and Mauro and the Manga did happen. Well, yes, but ships collide even today. Ships collide. That happens, and sometimes it's nice to believe it's conspiracy theories, because that can make sense of things, but sometimes things just have accidents. And as for the 450 British Leyland buses, yes, I'm fairly sure America did complain. I don't think probably it was wafting dollar bills, etc. around in the room or anything like that. Maybe making a point of going, did you have to sell them buses? And Rad probably going, well, you weren't going to, and we wanted the money. We have to pay for another set of tanks, don't we, for the centre of front. That's good. The Entente will need a reason to attack the Ottoman Empire in 1914 beyond we fancy it. Yep. Jonathan, one conspiracy that made me laugh was the Belderberg one that included a 30mm high cliff carving of a demon in the Netherlands. I'm now trying to think where there is a cliff in the Netherlands which is 30 metres high. I'm sure there must be one, but Lord help me, I can't think of one right now, remembering my occasional travels along their coast. Perhaps it's not a coastal cliff, perhaps it's somewhere inside there. But again, Netherlands is pretty darn flat. It's not as flat as Utah, but it's fairly friggin' flat. Mr. Vanguard, I've just bought the rest of our Bert's British battleships, and you should see Space Conspiracy, but they're weird. There is so much weird stuff over Space Conspiracy. Kate Jameson doesn't have a beard. Dan Freeman? You see, have you ever seen Kate? When Kate has many dress-up items, so do not discount the fact that she might have a beard somewhere. Hannah Stafford. Enjoy. Good luck, good luck. You also, yes, you do definitely have a beard. The women, the female naval historians, do they have beards as well? I'm not gonna comment. That's it. Did it have a use after the Ark Royal, and should it have been more if it did? It did have a use. It was basically a command ship and task force command ship. It took over really from the Tigers, etc. And that's what it fulfilled the role of in 1982, after when it shepherded down the third task group. Well, the third flow of ships. Would it have been useful to have more of them? Yes, it would have been. Honestly, Clap needed one, and they needed one down there. They needed a command ship down there. They could use the old counties, but honestly, a Type 82 would have been better to have down there. And look, answer your question on the oversized Italian destroyers. The best way for Italy to avoid fighting in both ends of the Mediterranean would be not declaring war on France. No, that's true. Although the interesting one I've had since I answered the question about what would happen if Italy and the Austrians had declared war, had actually sided with each other in World War One, and as I said, I think they would have probably beaten the French, and it would have taken a while for the British to respond to Gibraltar. I don't think the British would have taken that long to reinforce Gibraltar. And also, people then go, well, then France would be knocked out of the war. I don't think they would have been, because you still have to fight through mountains. And there is one thing the Italians and the Austrian navies managing to coordinate. It's another thing the Italians allowing Austrian troops to move through Italy to help them with attacking France through the mountains. That's a completely different matter, and very unlikely to happen. So that means it'd be Italian soldiers invading France, and let's be honest, the Italian soldiers were good, the Italian generals are actually probably the one group of people who do fit the lions led by donkeys perspective. I'm not picking that one up, Robert Rosenbach. Don't know, cool. Wyoming and Kansas are flatter than Utah. Yeah. Potentially. I'm not sure. Wyoming, for some reason, feels a bit like a government conspiracy, despite the fact I know it is actually a real place. And Kansas might be flatter than Utah, but for some reason, I always feel like that's going to be a place where if I go there, I'm going to meet a lot of people called Dorothy. So Utah was what I was using as my example. That's good. What is more likely, the US risking upsetting the UK over a sale of a few buses, or a junior minister playing a prank on a journalist? Tanaveka. Let's see, I love the conspiracy theory that the CIA killed all the birds and replaced them with robot surveillance birds. If that was the case, could they at least make them be slightly more cleaner when it comes to eating up the birdseed in my garden? Mark Annis, on the Ottomans, were they going to go with the Central Powers anyway, or did the decision to seize Russia contribute that much to helping the war party get its way? A bit of both. They're already inclined that direction, and which was kind of silly. Because if anyone needed to be independent, it was them. But no. They pushed. They were after glory. So my dad calculated a hood has a similar length to beam ratio as a Revenge. Yeah, why do we not consider the Admiral class to be a step in the direction of the RN fast battleships? Because she's a battle cruiser. And because the RN only ever really build fast battleships. You have the King George V's, which are a very different hull shape. And then you have Vanguard, which is definitely a fast battleship, but is also sort of a one-off, kind of like Hood. Just on, the extreme south of Netherlands has underground quarries, and there are some above ground as well. The cliff might exist, but the carving will be public knowledge. Yes. The extreme south, definitely the Netherlands does have some of those things. My God, I really appreciate that you aren't scared of addressing the most dangerous two words in English language. What if? Oh, why would you be scared of addressing those words? They're quite fun. And this is the point of Bruships. It's about naval history questions, it's about books, and it's about Iron Brew and basically chatting on a Sunday night. It's my way of relaxing after a weekend with my lovely family, who I love dearly, but they're also my family. If you can imagine what multiple people of my energy level around are like, it's quite tiring even of people with my energy level. So, and work ethic. So, it's nice to have a break on a Sunday evening before work week begins. And we have Armchair Admirals tomorrow night. Amelia Barrow, with a 40,000 ton Washington infantry, would the Iron try to get a lighter Admiral class? Probably not a lighter Admiral class, but I do think you would see a very different Nelrods. They would definitely be 28 knot vessels. Because they'd probably be still happy with the 9 16-inch guns, but they would well, they might try and go for 12, but they'd probably go for speed as well, so they'd try and make a very balanced ship. So it would probably be more a case of the Nelrods are a 33,500 ton version of what was being looked at for the G3s and N3s. So it'd be a 40,000 ton version of that line of thought. Dr. Clarke, how do modern 3 and 5-inch guns stack up against their World War II counterparts? Far longer range and faster firing. It would depend on the destroyer, but limited to guns and torpedoes, how many World War II destroyers can a modern one handle? Well, mainly they have the advantages of radar, which would allow them to engage them at long range very accurately with their shells. But the moment they run out of the 5-inch shells, they're in trouble. So let's say it requires 2 or 3 of those to sink, and they carry 200. So let's say it's 2 to try and sink 2 5-inch shells hitting specific spots to sink an enemy. Well, no, let's be honest, it's probably going to be more like 4 or 5. So let's say 5 actually. So that's 40. So 41 destroyers and they're down. Thank you, Jim B. Thank you, History Vanguard. If the British did an infrastructure upgrade in 1930, how would that affect World War II? It'd depend on the scope of the upgrade, but if Britain had done a significant infrastructure upgrade in terms of the size of dry docks, etc., available, it would probably mean ships would grow. I.e., the King George V would have been bigger. Vanguard would certainly have been bigger, and probably even the aircraft carriers would have been bigger. That's good. My favourite conspiracy theory is Finland doesn't exist. It started as a joke amongst people who debunk conspiracy theories. Then a conspiracy theorist heard about it. Okay, can I just sell this one thing? Finland does exist. Either that, or I met some very, very long-con Swedes. And actually, one of my... Well, let's see. One of my girlfriends from when I was in my teenage years was half Icelandic, her dad's side. Mum's side was Italian. And her cousins were the dad was Finnish and the mum was Italian. So, yeah. That was a fun family. They are a lovely family. Still keep in contact occasionally. Right. Geo Guy, at the Admiral class, how was the one laid down at Camelair Birkenhead? Was this the possible carrier conversion you mentioned the other day? Yes. How is the one I consider the potential conversion? Because, again, it's the only way, it's the only scenario which fits with the Royal Navy claiming that in terms of strike and large carrier production and conversion, Camel Lairds are the most experienced and most knowledgeable, so therefore they should be given the Ark Royal. It's just, there's just no other way you can do it, and especially on an internal document. And look, Nebraska is pretty flat, and as far as the ocean, as far as the oceans you can get in the US, but for some reason lots of Navy people retire there. That's probably why they retire there. So anyway, what was your favourite Twitter Blue moment this week? I've been avoiding Twitter Blue. As you all know, I do not have a check mark on my Twitter account. I'm not famous enough. It happens. And what I find fun is even Drac doesn't have didn't have a check mark on his account, and I'd have thought that would definitely have to be an official one. And yeah. It's fun. It's fun. It's been fun watching it. Richard, do you know? Ooh, hello, Submarine History. How are you doing? Haven't seen you here in a while. With the new, will the new AA be available on YouTube? Wait. Okay, that question's lost me. I'm sorry, Nights Ago to one. That question has lost me. Calvin Gasberg. So the Soviets didn't call large submarine ships destroyers because it was an imperious. Now the RN does call cruisers destroyers because otherwise it's imperious, right? Don't get me started on it. Sean Quigley, thanks, Dottie. Was asking questions because it's the anniversary of Edmund Fitzgerald sinking over here, and there are a bunch of interviews with the builders that mention that the issues. Oh, there are lots of issues with the Edmund Fitzgerald. I think I once did a television program where I talked about them. Thank you, Jim B. Always need help for the Christmas wager, please. So embarrassing. I want it over. The only way it's gonna be over is if my mum wins. And that sounds... I am a 35-year-old male saying my mum needs to win a bet so I stop having to have this. Oh, God, that's embarrassing. What are my sons? Have you made any progress in my research on the sick Kunizov? My curiosity bump is going 19 light years a second. We have made some. We've got to do some more archival research, but we're doing some work on it. Stafford, I have eaten today, and there's more food on the way. Cameron, Doc, if the Washington Naval Treaty had gone ahead as it was, but without the battleship holiday, do you think the follow-up Naval will be a faster version of the class with 1515? I think if there's not a building holiday, and the RN is allowed to replace the ships as they become of a certain age, let's say the rule is they have to be 20 years old, and then they replace them, which is not obscene. It would probably have been an improved nail rod would have been what they'd done. They'd have kept doing an evolution on the nail rod design. So they probably would have been faster. I don't know if they'd have had 1515s or if they'd have kept the 16s. But they probably have just sort of slightly moved the design and been modifying design. Probably kept the 16 because then you could have transferred them all over to 16-inch. And that's the maximum. History Vanguard. I had 15 family members for dinner yesterday and lunch today, and now sitting in the loft, aka bedroom, office, and workshop. Hiding? Sounds sensible. Let's go. No, you just confirmed that you're in the know and hiding the truth. I'm just imagining. Let's just wait. Again, it was. She's a wonderful girl. Woman now. Definitely a woman. She's only she's my age. She's only a few months younger than me. And, yeah. The idea that her or her cousin could ever have been part of a conspiracy is something which you would have to meet them to know how it isn't true. They say everything that goes through their minds as soon as it goes through their minds. They are wonderfully open and honest people. They do not have a single bone in their body capable of dissimulation in any of the many languages they speak. So, yes. I highly doubt that. And please note, again, if you ever meet any Finnish people, you'll soon realise their country exists. There is no other way to explain the Finnish people. They have to be their own country. Because if they're part of anything bigger or anything else, they would have taken over the world by now. Wait, what? If you were coming up with a concept for a Royal Navy Type 90, what would it be? The Type 83 is pretty much a general purpose cruiser. Type 90. Okay, well, Type 90s are, of course, would be under the Type 81 to 99 general purpose frigates, destroyers and sloops. So it would be an enhanced Type 83, so probably would be some sort of Zumwalt trimaran, honestly, by that point. That's probably what I've been looking for. Everyone, isn't your fluffy research assistant ball cap from your Finnish friend? I think there is one from my Finnish friend in here. And while Italian Finnish, I hate to say no. Just no, no. You think it's the Italian and Finnish, which would be no. The Italian Icelandic, yeah. They're both incredibly fun and very, very cool ladies. And they've got siblings as well, so it's not just them. But no, they were the same age, and they were basically as close as sisters as well as cousins. Still are. I think they live next... No, they don't live next door to each other now, but they do live 2 houses away from each other, as I understand it. I haven't been to their houses because they moved in during COVID. And I haven't been actually out to Italy. Oh, good. The Iron called cruiser destroyers because it's easier to sneak them past the territory. Same reason Invincibles were through-deck cruisers. Yep. I shared yesterday's Long Patrol on Reddit. Oh, good lord, that'll be fun. Thank you, though. Thank you. I've never been shared on Reddit before, as far as I know. Actually, wrong. Today, my dad and granddad and cousins had a very interesting debate conversation. The conversation was about if there are underground bunkers in London all connected via the tube. From World War II, there certainly are some which are interconnected into the tube channels, so theoretically are connected by it. There are others going on, but, you know, it's fun. Ooh, speaking of stuff arriving, you're worried about food. Hello. Oh, so you want me to eat a corgi? Okay. Well,
no, I am not dinner.
Hello. Ooh, hello. Your eyes are very much fixed. You're not worried about me at all. It's the chicken nuggets. Pass the chicken nuggets here. Let's see what he does.
No, because that would mean putting stuff across the screen with a logo on it.
That's fine. It's my channel. Now, everyone knows I eat McDonald's. If they didn't, then... Watch. Yes. Go on. Go to you, Sissy. You watching Strictly?
Well, it's finished.
Oh, hallelujah. Lucky you.
Tony's out. That's not my favourite programme.
No. Are you literally trying to crawl on the floor to avoid the camera?
Yes.
Well, he's not. He doesn't care about the camera. You, I'm talking about.
Yes. Well, come on. You'll miss your other programme. The programme you like. You may be voting for someone every night.
I worry about you all. I really do. Everyone's saying hi to Zebedee. Zebedee says hi. He's wagging his tail. A T-200 will probably be some sort of anti-submarine frigate. Let's be honest, it's starting off with a 2. Oh, where is it? Where can I find Armchair Admirals? It's on Twitch, I think, tomorrow. Actually, Vanguard, I would like to say I am a snap in that I don't have tea, but I have iron brew, chocolate cookies, and chicken nuggets. Take care, Sean. See you later. The fiance has Sunday off, so good, Sean. That comes first. Go look after the fiance. So anyway, what do you think of Arsenal ships? Basically, oil tankers covered in VLS cells. I've written some papers on there. If you go on to... I have an old blog which I need to start updating again called Amphibious Necessity. I think I do have a paper on there about it. I think it's still up. Let's see, key class battleships. How much of a game changer would they have been? Not massive. Admittedly, I've just done actually recorded an episode on the Asima class cruisers, which are of course part of the 6.6 fleet. But let's be honest, something able to doing 29.75 knots, that's near enough and it makes no difference. 7 knot advantage over most of the standard fleet. 7 to 8 knot, 7 to 9 knot advantage over most of the American line. Armed with 10, 16-inch guns, those things are going to cause trouble for anything. They're not going to be a game changer. They're not going to suddenly be key class battleships, but them entering service would certainly have been a potent status for Japan. chicken fillet nuggets are great, especially the grilled nuggets. I haven't had chicken fillet in a long time. Chick-fil-A is, well, we've just got, oh, what is it? The Mexican takeaway, which is not as good as our own local Mexican takeaways, but it's quite nice because it does deliveries at the time. Oh, what's it called? Taco Bell. I've just got Taco Bell in our area. Do you guys? So isn't there Armchair Animals on World of Warships anymore? It is on World of Warships. I don't know if it's broadcast on their YouTube channel always. I know it's always on Twitch, but I don't know if it's always done on YouTube. Considering the current RCN building plans, what would you change and why? Well, currently they're planning on building... Let's see, it's Type 26 pretty much is their core vessel. And if I remember correctly, they're planning on building the most of any of the three procurers of the Type 26, the Hunter class. That's the Australian one, isn't it? And they call them the CSC for the Canadians. Canadians are building 15. I would probably go with 18 because I think long term they might need to have 6, 6, and 6 in their free coast. But at the moment they've got 7 and 8 on one side. I'd definitely go 16, maybe go 18, so I could have 9 on each coast. But that's because I think Canada should be balanced Pacific and Atlantic. I mean, what sauce did you get with the nuggets? Unfortunately, they forgot the sauce. But they sent me a knife. No fork, just a knife. This really is McDonald's delivery. I've got pots of sauce back in the house, but I can't be bothered to go get one. Arozak, your sister is so shy she makes me positively social. She really doesn't like being on camera. She hated teaching online. Well, no, when I said it, she's very good at teaching online, and when it first began, she absolutely didn't like it because she doesn't like being on camera. But she's got used to it. She now doesn't mind online teaching, but she still doesn't do YouTube or anything like that. And I keep trying to encourage her to because I think it'd be really interesting, her doing an engineering channel. Because she can talk like I can talk. So to sort of answer questions like this. Also, sniggering corner. Finland is waiting for Ukraine to deplete Russia enough for them to just march into Moscow. Never doubted that with the Finnish. There's been many Russo-Finnish wars. Mainly because Russia keeps trying to march that way. But Finland can always feel like marching the other way. This one. Read anything by Eric L. Harry. One of them had tankers rebuilt into light attack carriers. Another had arsenal ships. I think I have read something like that, but I don't know if it was by L. Harry. And yeah, there's a common theme to look at and think about, but the main trouble with it is, I like the idea of an arsenal ship. I'm just not sure if you would ever get a scenario where you'd actually get enough missiles built to actually sustain an arsenal ship. Let's be honest, most places have questionable ownership these days. So, Nick Nero, from 1905 to 1918, all of the UK dry docks are doubled in size, length and breadth. What does that change? If you got length and breadth are doubled, you have space to pretty much look after anything almost anywhere. The number of dry docks which can deal with capital ships if they have trouble and all those things, it just goes through the roof. And yeah, it just makes life incredibly easy for wherever you're going to do maintenance. You think about the number of dry docks you have in the UK which are cruiser only, destroyer only, or smaller ships, and suddenly they're doubled, then they can probably take the ships much bigger than that. My carrier's arrived and my girlfriend just watched your stream for 5 minutes and just went, "We are all mad." We are, and we enjoy it. It used to be so that you didn't know anything about these, but I think I sometimes blame the fact that we have so much information nowadays about everyone. You used to not know enough about them to find them objectionable. They used to be just names on pieces of paper, and as long as they did their job and ran their companies, no one really cared about anything else because no one knew about anything else. And you do need to know a certain level about them because you want to know they're not actually breaking the law or or sort of, I don't know, enforcing forced labour conditions in head office or anything like that. But it used to be that you really didn't know much about these people, and I sometimes think it was better because they didn't know much about us either. Well, if those dry docks stayed afterwards, we definitely have... I'm sorry. As I've said in a video today, which I recorded, I have ended up snorting soil today, okay? I was helping my sister. We were moving bags of soil backwards and forwards, and one ended up exploding, and it ended up going up my nose, going everywhere. So if I'm doing this, it's because I'm still getting soil coming out my nose, okay? I'm not picking my nose. I don't know what it is. Whenever I do stuff with my sister, things seem to explode and I'm going up my nose. I don't know what it is. Whenever she's anywhere involved in DIY, things blow up. I don't know how she does it. She's an excellent engineer, but she just makes these things go boom. Now heating slightly over 2 litres of water for tea. You want a lot of cups of tea. Or are you just hooking it up by, I don't know, intravenous line? At what point should the US have dropped the US standard battleships in favour of fast battleships had the RNUSN known the true speed of the Nagatos? What do they do? If they had true speed of the Nagatos, they probably still have an agreement that... Probably becomes an agreement that the British can build 4 new ships, not 2. So the British can build a squadron. The Americans will then be able to finish off 4 new ships. Because remember, they're already finishing off 2. So they could finish off 2 more, which would accidentally turn out to be faster. And the Japanese are probably allowed to finish off, well, again, 2. Probably that's what you allow them to do. The main reason they went for arsenal ships was effective missile countermeasures and oversaturate the target to have enough power to pass through for a hit against China. That's an interesting idea, but again, you still have to build the missiles. This is the one thing you can do in fiction you can't do in reality. You can hand-wavium the construction of missiles. Rob Smith. One would also have to make the docks deeper, as so many weren't just deep enough for the size of the ship they're built to handle. True, but I'm presuming if you're doubling their length and doubling their beam, you're also going to make them a bit deeper. And my Highness, I rather botched the argument for why the 8-inch guns on Lexington shouldn't have been part of the design. I need to improve my discussion skills. You were doing okay up to a point. Don't worry, you're getting there. And, well, let's put it this way. If that's the video that has the most comments by the end of this month, well, no, by the end of this week, when I'm recording next week's comment response video, because there's not going to be a comment response video this week because I'm away, but there'll be a comment response video the following week, which we'll cover this week as well, then I'll be responding as well. Okay. I'm going to give a heads up on phrasing now before we get into this, and I'm going to be digging out some books in a second once I've got my hands cleaned of chicken nuggets. But, so here is an actual phrase I got from my little. She is 7 years old, and she was playing on my computer in here, and I have a game on it, which I thought was fine for her. And it is fine for her. It's definitely age suitable and everything. You know, it's Timberborn, right? It's all about, well, basically it's a city building game, but it's an animal version of it. And I thought that would be great for my little cousin to play while we're sorting stuff out, and we need something to basically keep her amused so that she doesn't try and touch the power tools. Okay? So she comes out, explains it to her mum. Yeah, I've been loving my beavers. My beavers have been eating wood all morning. And both me and the mum are looking at each other going, okay, we know you don't mean it that way, and it's cute you did this, but we have dirty minds. We have dirty minds. And that's how she introduced her. She ran up to her mum in the middle of the street and just said, my beavers have been eating wood all morning. And I'm sitting there going, don't worry, it's Timberborn. It's the Beaver City construction program. I mean, sorry, could the Lexington class have been changed to something similar to the Hood? Potentially. Potentially, but it would take a lot of work to rebuild them. It would take a lot of effort. Danny, very good, Rob Smith. Do we know how bad the US military had things after Vietnam? General Hal Moore's autobiography is a good source for that one. So anyway, are you 100% sure your sister isn't a combat engineer? She has spent time with the Territorial Army, helping them out and working on with them, so yeah. The trouble is, both me and my cousin are fans of, well, used to watch How I Met Your Mother, as most people our generation did. And it was quite funny, and it was a good way to pass time at certain points, especially before Big Bang Theory was available. And I couldn't help but remembering the song, which, yeah. Oh, good lord. Yeah, which Robin used to sing with her friend when she was on the Canadian TV show. At that point, and that was just going from my head, it just made it worse. It just made it worse. I had an argument with a friend told me that naval history is not girly enough for me to study. I didn't tell her about the RC Radio Remote Control Royal Navy I'm building. That seems... In the nicest way, the Royal Navy ships are all female as far as we're concerned. You couldn't get anything more, girly to study. I had this conversation because I'm a historian in an engineering department. The amount of people turn around, well, yeah, his humanities, that's for women to study. And you sit there and go, yeah, probably because in the nicest way you need to find deodorant and they actually have a working nose. Sorry, let's put it this way. Many of my colleagues are great. I love them. I get on with them well. There are always, as in any department and it's any place in the world, there are a couple who are strange. And unfortunately for them, I am just about the level of sarcastic and... how do I put this? Confident enough in myself that I will respond back. And when they try and decide that they are going to smack down, I smack down harder. Verbally. As academics do. We like to have verbal arguments. Academics tend to have very bitter verbal arguments. There is a reason for this. The prizes in academia are so small, there is no prize for coming second. So everything's a victory, and everything is on the line. Jimmy, what if Robert Fulton had been given a blank cheque in revolutionary France? Would it have been possible to build enough steamships to make a realistic invasion possible? Given enough time? Potentially, yes. Potentially. Enough time, enough money, enough support. But also there's a likelihood that a large number of those engines are going to blow up. Because, let's be honest, the quality of the construction was not that great at that time. But that's strong. I like the Arsenal idea, the ship's idea of weapons, because you can conceal them. In practice, it does not work, because you cannot get the missiles on the ships. We all... I'm not cool, we all have dirty minds. So, Nekanira, what would a battleship conversion of a carrier look like? That's more Glyn Stewart's field than mine. That's more Glyn Stewart who does conversion of carriers to battleships. No one in their right mind would convert a carrier to a battleship. Because you would basically have to rebuild everything. So anyway, what would be the worst place to do a naval invasion of right now, except Taiwan? At the moment, considering how alert they are, I would really not like to do anything on the Polish coast. Never do that. Hi, Jack Ray. Take care, Amelia. Richards, UFC for academia. Oh, yeah. It's all verbal and very, very vicious. It was one of those things which I enjoyed in Big Bang Theory, was it did remind me of some of the departments I've worked in. You always have to remember the internal politics in academia can be absolutely spectacular. And you have to really want to play the game. Ian, Let me put it this way. Don't take this the wrong way, but Russia and lots of Russians believed Ukraine would throw down their weapons if the Russians invaded because they would have no reason to do anything to fight. Um, don't make that mistake. It's not a good idea. And coming from someone who has had the pleasure of teaching people who are involved in uniform from both sides, neither side actually expects that to happen. So really don't think that's a likelihood. In the nicest way, it's not. Once you get away from the hubris and the propaganda on both sides, it will be a very nasty, very, very hard, very bitter fight. Rather like what's happened in Ukraine. And has happened in other countries in the world at similar points. Con Cameron, so who would you have been on Big Bang Theory? No, my luck, President Siebert, but I'm certainly not as difficult to deal with as Sheldon. But I'm also not as soft as Leonard. So I don't know. Potentially Howard, but doubtful. I'm definitely not that out there chasing people all the time. So I'm a sort of weird hybrid. So I can see parts of my personality in almost all of them. Even some in Raj. Or especially the fact that I have so many dogs around me. Tian Wong, Ryan. Tian, I don't want to get distracted into a whole China-Taiwan debate with you, but there are some problems with the Republic of China and its troops melting away. For starters, the Republic of China is definitely not Taiwan. The Republic of China was a very, very corrupt and destroyed organization, and the fact that its head of intelligence was was actually a member of the communist forces and supported them didn't really help it. It had many issues. Many problems, and it had just been fighting the Japanese for a long time and had been completely suckered by them. So, yeah, they got taken out. It's very different to fight than to take Taiwan, and basing it on what happened in '49 is very different in 2022. So, sorry. That's 73 years ago. And... random. My family thinks I'm mad for wanting to go into academia. Yeah, that's actually what China's main approach is. China's main approach is actually to make it so that China will apply to rejoin, not try to invade, because invading is really not a good idea. They know that. Their military know that. It's only people who are completely swept up in the propaganda of the side who believe different. Do you have a time for Monday yet? The trouble is, I have to be at the place for 5 o'clock. I was actually going to message you. I've just been confirmed. I have to get in there for 5 o'clock, and then Armchair Admirals begins at 5 o'clock. So I'm going to try and work out whether I can leave earlier, get in the area earlier to make it easier. Sorry, Tian, but I'm not going to have Taiwan brought up in this, so... Yep. I don't want Taiwan the whole time to be dealing with politics. I'm sorry, but this is a history channel. And Taiwan, thankfully, hasn't happened yet, and we'd prefer to keep it that way. So, books. What is this week's Armchair Admirals on? Ooh, I forget, but I think it's going to be quite a fun one. First book we're going to do is The French Fleet, Ship Strategy and Operations, 1870 to 1918. So that's what we're going to get into. And actually, I have to admit, that is the first time I've ever muted anyone other than a bot. Cute. Right. So, let me just make sure I edit this so I can put in the timing when it begins. Right then, so I'm just making this note because so that I will find it easily. Now, this is a very cool book because honestly we've been needing a book like this for a while and we haven't had it, and that is a shame because a book like this is very useful for studying the French and for learning about the French fleet's history, because it's basically kind of like Nicholas Rogers' Command of the Ocean, etc., but it's set to a more recent period and it's for the French. As a result, it's pretty darn good. It really is very, very good, and I can't really recommend it enough. It has on the front this picture of Beauvau, which was, of course, a tumble-home battleship. I've been using it this week for looking at the cruisers and discussing the cruisers in the 19th century cruisers. It's got some beautiful pictures in there. And this is what I like about this book. It's got everything in it. It's kind of like Norman Freeman. And it's a cross between Nicholas Rogers and Norman Freeman, but for the French Navy. And therefore it's very much worth it. Alright, there's a tumble home discussion around... Ooh. Wasn't 100% sure about taking care of that, so I had on side letting you do the clicking. No, I don't mind. Eventually, it's me who has to do it, and as I said, it's a case of there are questions and channels which will do the politics discussion, and I will do it to an extent, but at a certain point, it's a case of a couple of questions, then it's over. If it's going to take over the whole stream, this is a history stream, and I like to try and keep it that, because honestly, when I do more than a couple of questions, I have YouTube trying to making fuss about whether or not it's an education stream and whether or not it's a funding stream, whether I should change advertising, all sorts of things come up, and it just causes all sorts of complication. We do have a chat space on the Discord, which is for current affairs, and that is where that really should go, because that's to do with the Bilge Pumps podcast and what we do there. So that's where that sort of really has a home. What about my tunnel home carrier with secondary flight decks on outriggers, secondary hulls, and half on the bulbous section of the tumble home? You can drive planes straight on the hangar from front, like no other way necessary. Honestly, I'd be worried about what you hit. There's a reason we went with a flat top carrier with a small island structure sitting on the starboard side, because people pull the pilots automatically, because they control a plane like this, and automatically when you're worried you start going that way. So it's sort of like this, pull up, go across, and you fly off that way. So you could only have it on the port side. But then that would give you a very narrow landing strip. Okay, very, very narrow landing strip. And I'm currently remembering the number of people who made jokes about landing strips a couple of days ago where I was. It was all landing strips and fart jokes. And the thing is, by the way, please note, I was with a load of pilots. Hence the landing strip and fart jokes. That's their basic sense of humour in my experience. Yeah, that just, you'd only be able to really use that one side, although you could use the other side perhaps for takeoffs. Perhaps you could put that as a takeoff, that as landing, and then have a hangar in the middle, but it'd be incredibly complicated. It's far easier to have the lift. We are good eggs when it comes to chat, apparently. As a rule, you're very good eggs. And I don't like to shut down the chat. I like to chat freely, and I like the chat to go on. I only watch it because of, honestly, I'm away this week, so if sometimes I will let it go on more, but I'm not around tomorrow to spend the day arguing YouTube going, no, I haven't said anything that's bad, please go review it, please go review it. And YouTube, to be fair, they do review. They're being worried about content, and I'm happy for them to do that, but I don't have the time tomorrow to do the debate necessary to sort it out and make it happy, so I'm being slightly strict with that. And I don't like being strict on Tian Wong. I know he is very passionate about the subject, and I know he disagrees with me a lot. Sometimes bordering on rude with it, but yeah, I get the point that he disagrees on these things a lot. And I don't like shutting him down, because that looks like I don't want to debate, and I do enjoy the debate, but I also have to think about managing YouTube. So, hi-ho. That sounds interesting, Stafford. Handful of shiny stuff turned out to be pyrite. I wouldn't mind. Raw gold, that's always fun to say. Yeah, my family looked after the mine in... part of my family looked after the mine in Wales. At one point in history. No, I genuinely wish they were models of French pre-dronauts. Hang on. I saw something the other day, and I held it. onto it. Yeah, there is. It's you. I think you can get. Well, it's a pre-dreadnought. It's the Voltaire is available. That's a kit by a French company, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure which one it is, but they make the Voltaire, and there is even a tumble home one. Oh, what is it? Carnot. There is a model of it somewhere. There is a model of Carnot. I think from the blog I'm reading, which is a modelling blog. They haven't got a link to a site to get it. It's not out yet. It's coming out. There's a model of Carnot. So yeah, there is something out there. There are some pre-dreads and there are some tumble homes, apparently. That's what the pilots also moved that way because the torque from the engine makes it easier. Definitely. How 900 engines? So, what books on cruisers? We haven't really got to the cruiser books. We've got to the French fleet. So this is what it has in it. The work on a new gun was accelerated for two reasons. First, several foreign navies had chosen the 13.5-inch model. And secondly, there was an urgent requirement to replace the old pre-droughts Carnot, Charles Martel, and also Liberté. The construction of 3 new battleships was authorised in the 1912 programme, and the design reflected the French concept of super dreadnoughts. To simplify the construction process and save time, the French Navy decided to adapt the Corsair's design for the new 340mm guns. Preliminary sketches were also drawn for an armament including 20 305mm guns in a mix of quadruple and twin gun turrets, but this layout was discarded because the firepower was considered too weak. At the same time, it proved impossible to limit the increase in displacement caused by the adoption of a new 340mm twin turret. Now let's work out what is a 340mm twin turret. Oh, that's a 13.5-inch gun. That weighed 1,200 tons, without sacrificing armour thickness. On the other hand, the dimensions of the new battleships were still limited by the size of the graving docks, so the design was again referred to battleships with a legend displacement of 23,500 tons. Initially, the French designers tried to replicate the main gun layout of the Corsairs, but weights and volumes required by the two turrets amidships forced the abandonment of the solution. Similarly, it was not possible to install 6 twin turrets along the centre line. Finally, the solution adopted called for 2 super-firing turrets fore and aft, 1 twin turret amidships along the centre line. This layout allowed a broadside with all 10 340mm guns, while firepower, either for pursuit or in retreat, was provided by 4 guns. Placing 1 centre-line turret amidships also meant the availability of volume to install a longitudinal bulkhead for underwater defence. But its limited thickness, 8mm, would make it practically useless. A powerful secondary battery of 22 138.6mm guns was also split into independent units in relation to fire control, each comprising 2 or 3 guns. There were 8 independent units placed in the central section of the air point, while 2 more units were housed in the aft section of the Pont Principal. Such an increase in firepower contributed to an increase of normal displacement to 23,230 tons, which became 25,000 tons at full load. However, these figures refer to the design, while actual full load displacement was greater. The programme for the 3 new battleships, to be grouped around under the Bretagne class and named after French regions, were approved on the 30th of March 1912. After a debate which ended with the approval of design finalised by Charles Duryea, the construction of the 3 battleships was assigned to Brest, Arsenal, Bretagne, Atiers des Chantiers de Loire et Pinon, Saint-Nazaire, de Lorraine, and the arsenal at Lorient, Provence. As already mentioned, the main feature of the Bretagnes was the placement of all 5 340mm turrets along the centre line, a layout which suffered because the overall length of the ship was limited to 166 metres. The amidships turret occupied the space between the two funnels, while the hull had the same internal subdivision as the Corbett's. The secondary battery was also almost identical to that of the Corbett's. The three battleships differed mainly in boiler types, with Bretagne equipped with 24 Nicholas, Provence with 18 Bevilles, and Lorraine with 24 Gueux de Temples. This is not unusual, okay? Here's the thing. It's... How? Did the French Navy hate their logisticians? Did they hate their naval engineers this much? Why, when you were designing a class of battleships, would you add into it the complexity of making them all have different boilers? Sorry. Why? Just a nightmare. Oh. However, all had 4 Parsons steam turbines. Woohoo! Thank God for the British! With high power turbines driving the wing shafts ahead and astern, and low power turbines driving the inner shafts again ahead and astern. Maximum power achieved was 29,000 shaft horsepower, corresponding to 20 knots. Electrical power was the same as in the Corbett's. Bretagnes followed the protection scheme of their predecessors, with a complete main belt of 4.05 metres wide, 4.05 metres wide, which is that one, which ran 2.35 metres above the waterline. The main belt was 250 millimetres along 99 metres of the hull length, and tapered to 220 millimetres at its upper edge, and to 100 millimetres at its lower edge, with thickness increasing to 160 millimetres at the ship ends. Decreasing to 160 millimetres at the ship ends. There was also a 160mm upper belt that covered the hull between the foremost turret and the after casemate. Another 160mm belt protected the 60-metre long forecastle casemate, and the armoured deck had 45mm thickness in the flat part and connected with the lower edge of the main belt by 70mm slopes. The point principal was 10mm, while the lower point and the 2M point had 20mm and 30mm respectively. Main turret armour varied according to the position, this choice dictated by the requirement to avoid an excessive loading on the ship's ends. Turrets 1 and 5 had 340mm faces, which is agreed to 250mm in turrets 2 and 4, and to 300mm in turret 3. Barbettes of turrets 1 and 5 had 248mm of protection, turrets 2, 3 and 4 had 270mm of protection. Longitudinal torpedo bulkheads had only 8mm thickness. The conning tower had 266mm on its face, 80mm on the roof, and 216mm at the back. The communications tube was 200mm for more than half its length, and then decreased to 60mm. Oh. Get this book. It's wonderful, it's gorgeous, and it will tell you a lot about the French naval fleet. Whatever you do, do not read it all in one go. It might cause depression to those who are mildly engineering minded, because whilst the authors have done a wonderful job of telling it, and there is nothing about the writing that is bad and nothing wrong with that, it's the actual history. It's the quality of it showing you just how mucked up France's industrial system was. Different types of boilers. Why? 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 Man. Oh. Altitude chamber texts are all about the fart jokes. They are. Alvaski, I just imagine the carrier has a ramp on the side from deck to hangar, just like a multi-story garage. It'd be interesting to try and get an aircraft up that ramp. Actually, would I be right thinking if the RAF got their de Havilland comments for Rolls-Royce Thames, they'd want more powerful spay engines on it, like that they would have probably, yes. Ramaresa, you muted someone? Wow, yeah. No, so your family had the mine, or they tended the mine for Lloyd? No, they were part of the protection for the mine at one point. They needed some soldiers to make sure it was okay, and they didn't trust any of the locals, so they called in my family. And that squad, I do acknowledge that there would be an issue in fitting the space, but let's be honest, they would do it. They'd just do it because they want the power. Because it's, you know, let's be honest, there are certain points in history when the Royal Air Force, like the US Air Force, just likes to go, power! And you just go, oh, Lord, what happened to you? What happened to you? They sound like Jeremy Clarkson going, power! Good news, I'm always fully caught up in Biltrons. Bad news, that means I'm running out of background listening material for working driving. Don't worry, we're working on more. Hi, John Sykes. Okay. Anak, are you going to build one of the French pre-drills to burn out Drax's eyes? No. Honestly, if French pre-dread was not zooming. At the moment, because of the other stuff I'm doing, I'm not doing any glue-based models in here at the moment, which is, I haven't got this stuff set up for the Space Marines yet, which I do want to get at some point. Which is why I'm doing it, which is why Lego models are slowly making an appearance, because I still need to get my model making fixed somehow. So Lego ones are appearing. Nice, sir. How much modification would be needed for the Nimrod to accommodate the additional thrust? Oh, it would have to be completely rebuilt. But again, this is the Royal Air Force in the 1960s, 70s. Captain Seal, do you think it would be accurate, useful to think of the Britannias as Batch 2 Corbets? I would actually say I would think of the Corbets and the Britannias as 6 individual ships rather than... I think the Corbets are also 3 of them. Rather than a class, honestly. They just happen to look similar to each other on the outsides. Internally, they have completely different... If you have completely different boilers, that means you have to have a completely different boiler layout and piping layout. And you might have the same turbines. You might, but that's by saying someone is they're completely different classes. Yeah, they were 40 Parsons turbines. Yes, 2 were high speed, 2 were low speed turbines, but they're still Parsons, okay? And that's common across all the ships. So the one thing on all the ships is they all have Parsons turbines. Different design by different shipyard. Different by shipyard. It doesn't. It just, yeah. I don't know. There are lots of. Well, let's put it this way. I've already recorded a video this week, which is going to have a lot of jokes about French philosophy in it. There's a Descartes class video coming out. Descartes. they called their armored cruiser, their protected cruisers, Descartes and Pascal. Is the reason the French couldn't make up their minds on the steam boilers because they couldn't decide which ones were best? No, it's because they couldn't decide which one was least bad. I think I'm cool. I have mildly interest in naval engineering and I already have depression. I should be fine. You'll be okay. D8. Hey, the Americans didn't do the logisticians or the end users any favours with 5 different engine packages for the M4 Sherman medium tank. Yes, but they did produce them by the bucket load, rather than 3 individual units. So, there is some advantage here. Mm-hmm. D8. The Spey-powered Fanner suffered in terms of top speed, but had significantly better range and takeoff climb performance, which on British carriers at the time was important. Yep. I find the French confusing. At one point, they ruled the world. Well, they were attempting to rule the world, definitely. I'm not sure if they actually managed to rule the world. They might claim they ruled the world, but there was definitely an attempt to do, but I don't think they actually got there. They had met several attempts to over the years. But... And, yeah. Let's put it this way. If you read this book, you'll wonder how they managed to make it to 1900, let alone how they got to 1918. Hi, Steve. Oh, I will have to look very close at your avatar at Wet Coast. I had to spot that one, but it looks like a bit like Hyder. Or something from that. Azowski, it's a recurring topic in memories of Polish naval officers who took part in procuring our ships in France in the war. Ships had to be built on select shipyards, co-owned by politicians. I also remember the issue of a carrier construction, which that caused fun. There were all sorts of issues. Discord, respend comment. Makes sense when you need power for ASW equipment act, but the increased maintenance costs and difficulty wouldn't be worth the difficulties created. Yes, but they'd want the power. That's why our second batch of destroyers and subs were built by the British and Dutch respectively. They were sensible. Web Coaster, would they all need different gearboxes? No, because the gearboxes are connected as part of the turbines and come in that, but they would all need different piping, and they need different layouts, and probably different... Well, honestly, you'd probably be everything would be different. Once you consider that the entire boilers have to be laid out differently, and their supplies of coal and fuel have to be laid out differently to support the different boilers, and then the different piping, and the piping has to be laid out differently to support to get the steam from the different boilers. You're basically redesigning the entire inside of the ship. It's basically on the outside they go, this is a class of ship. The moment you go inside, you're going, this corridor's not on that ship. No, it's not here on that ship. Doxy, is the Descartes class motto I sink, therefore I am? I've decided it was I cruise, therefore I am. Money. I mean, the US had powered the. I was 2,212 shaft horsepower from 8 boilers, and these ships had 18 to 24 boilers each. Yeah. The ours ones are far bigger boilers for starters. Nice one. Would they take it? If the Buccaneer was mated to the £60,900 drive price, does it offer the RN an improvement? No, not for what they want the Buccaneer for. And you'd have to redesign the entire Buccaneer airframe to take it. I was asking, Germany created a design bureau in the Netherlands and they moved their engineers there. U-boats are based on those designs, but haven't heard of any built by the Dutch pre-1939. The Dutch built their own submarines and were pretty darn good with them. Jimmy, Turbina is a must-see for me. Up north somewhere? Yes, it's in Newcastle. It's a wonderful thing. You can walk around it. It's really fun to go to. I go to the archives. It's in the Tyne and Wear Historical Centre? I know the Tyne and Wear archives are in the back of it. So you walk past the Chieftain tank. You go in, past Turbina, up the stairs, past the models of all the ships, which are cool, past the wall, which has all the interesting names on, past the lifts, turn right, turn left, down the corridor with the glass display cases, knock on the door and you're in the archives. I haven't done it a lot or anything. Ruin. The French just wanted to make the Irons' job where they're harder, where they would draw vessels from their secondary reserve. Honestly, I think if the Royal Navy... I honestly have this feeling that if the French pre-dreadnoughts had at any point been captured by the Royal Navy, and a Royal Navy admiral had turned around to a British engineer and gone, we want to put this ship into service, their first thing would have been, that's fine, we're going to replace all the boilers. And the engines. And the guns. At which point, the admiral will probably go, so what's remaining? Well, possibly the hull, but we might need to change that as well. So the nameplate will be still the same. Okay. Bye-bye. There isn't, Steve Clarke, there isn't really a good source on the politics at the conferences at the moment. Sadly enough, for the Washington Naval Treaty, there isn't really a good source on it. There are a fair number of books written about it, but none I would say are a good source alone. You basically need to read all of them to try and understand, to try and get it, because each one has a different take on the information available. Given the UK's obligations, I find their current plans for fleet composition confusing. Welcome to the entire topic of bilge pumps on a regular basis. Not Funks, the O and the K class, so the K is meant for the Dutch East Indies. Okay. Ooh. John Trade, then you have the Ducassine and Suffren classes, then look at Algeria. And then you think, how come the last two get more than the ship in the class and why Algeria is a one-off when she's way better? Oh. Look, I've done the videos on the French heavy cruisers. Oh, I've done the videos on the French cruisers. I like the French cruisers, but mostly I like them as a case of, oh my lord, what are you doing now? Is there a good equivalent in English to the French fleet for the Italian Navy of the same period, or is it just cruisers? There's a good one on battleships, and another. They're doing a book on cruisers, but no one's got a combined, joined up one on. I'm trying to think now. I got some interesting books in the home though. Let's see. Ooh. Okay. All right. Where's my phone? He says, looking around, going, "Where is the phone? Where have I put it down? I've got a charger here, but I've got no phone attached to it, and I need a phone attached to it." He says, "I do need a phone attached to it, because currently it's short of battery, and I need a light because I need to look underneath my table." Ah, there's that. It's right behind me, wasn't it? It's run out of battery. So, ask me the question in about 10 minutes, when it should have enough charge to actually run a light. But, in answer to the question, there isn't really. There's a good book on some of the Italian battleships. Oh, fairly decent. Oh. Yep. It's when you realise you have got somewhere in the region of 1,200 books around you. Somewhere in the region of 1,200 books. A, you realise that's quite a lot of fire capacity. B, you're very glad that you and your friend called Drac, who is the civil engineer, and got my sister to check it as well, who's another civil engineer, put a lot of concrete underneath this place. And, see? Surprised regularly that it's not sinking into the ground yet. So we obviously put enough concrete down there, but, you know, keep adding a couple of books at a time. It'll be like that New York library, which decided to start sinking. Because the architect forgot to account for the number of books and the weight of the books. Is there an equivalent? Oh, answer on the Dr. Clarke. The Nimrod was militarized to helm the convent. How did they get around the plane's nasty habit of airborne self-disassembly? A lot of maintenance. And fixing the fact that the square window frames are not good. I was asking, I wonder what would happen if we had also built our subs in the UK and into war. U-class sounds like a good idea for the Baltic. You could probably have got quite a few, because we had a lot of yards churning out submarines. It was one of the smaller libraries in New York, I think, at the stories. And I always remember watching, because I first learned about it in How I Met Your Mother, which I've mentioned a lot of times this evening. I'm not sure why, but... Okay, Robin Shabasky came up, and I think that started from the Timberborn story about my cousin earlier today. So, yeah, that's how that's come up. And probably why I'm remembering this. But I first learned about it, and then I looked up because I thought that must be something made up by the writers. And I actually found there was actually some articles about a place which had been built. It didn't end up having to be knocked down. I think they worked out how to stabilize it. But basically, they had built this library and they didn't account in the foundations for the weight of the books. And how much that was going to affect the library. The sheer weight of books. Mega Scrow, hello. Good evening, Dr. Clarke. Question, what makes a ship more likely to last? Capability, stability now, or less now, leaving space for future improvements that might not come or live to see? You need to balance that too. You need to balance it. You need to have capability now, and you also need to include some space in the design for later, for what's going to come. And that's pretty difficult to do. It is pretty difficult to do and do correctly, but it's worthwhile doing. An interesting question on the Washington Treaties which has come up is the this is from Spencer Jones, and the question was what would have happened if the RN had built the Nelsons to 35,000 tons and then gone and used the same loophole as the USN did for Lexington, so they could actually make 38,000 tons. The thing is, I don't think the 3,000 tons loophole for the Lexingtons would actually count, because these are new build ships and those were for ships which were existing. So the idea was you were supposed to include it in new ships. However, if you could build a 38,000 ton Nelrod, let's be honest, that would probably be... I can certainly see them making that hull 28, 30 knots. And possibly they do go for the quad. They might even manage to get in a fourth turret. They might even manage to get in a fourth... They might even manage to... they might even make it 4 triple turrets and go for 28 knots. It's an interesting question to think about. Of course, if the Washington Treaties is the one which becomes the comment response video. That's a Mustang. That's a 1968 Mustang Lego. Not a Hellcat. Please. I do have a Hellcat flying around here somewhere. It's somewhere around here is my Hellcat. He says. Looking for it. It is somewhere around here. Oh, it's up there above my head. It's up there. No, that's what it is. That's worried now. I know what it is. It's flying over my head. It could be about to do a strafing run. To be honest, I don't need a reference database of books, but I do need to start needing a reference database of videos, because I was about set to record the Columbia class, and I went. I'm so good I had all these notes. It's so good I had all these notes. It really makes life easy when you've already got the notes for some reason. And I thought, hang on, Alex, this is really rather suspicious. You got all these notes, and you remember all this stuff quite well, and you don't know why. Let's do a quick channel search. Columbia class. I'd already done them. So Columbia class got changed to a different class, so it's now no longer the Columbia class coming this week, because I've already done the Columbia class. No one had noticed, not even me. In future, if you hear me about to repeat myself, please tell me. But also, I do need to set up a database of the videos. At some point, I need to go through and do a database of what topics I've actually done, and what video subjects I've done. Anyway, just make sure you have a fire extinguisher on hand. Yeah, that's something I probably need to get sorted out for in here. And it probably needs to be the right kind of fire extinguisher for books, because it can't be water. Ooh. I think, oh, who does it? World War I destroyer models. think Trumpeter used to do something, but I'm not sure whether they do still. Starling might do something. Starlings have got a lot of those things on their website. So maybe they do it, but Starling Models might have it. But yeah, I think it was Trumpeter used to make something. Oh, and by the way, please note, as I've mentioned before, if you've ever watched the videos from me when I originally started this, before I had the office, I of course did it from my bedroom, which has a similar load of books in it, and is also full, and I still do have boxes of books around the house which aren't open. So I now have roughly, I would say roughly 50% of my books out of boxes and able to be accessed in either my office or my bedroom. I did condense 3 academic offices and accommodations back into my house, back into this house before COVID. I held a lot of books. I like my books. Continue. In terms of getting the balance right between game building and expansion room leaders, any class done better than the Queen Elite Losers? I'd say the Renowns were actually fairly good for expansion space. And the Danish modular frigate design, yeah, the hood fight is pretty darn good. Nelson, Nelson with 4 turrets, all forward or 1 aft. Might even be balanced. But if you've got 38,000 tons, you could do a lot. Or is it? Dr. Clarke, in regards to consideration of the pyramids, my 10-year-old daughter finds it hysterical how that everyone questions how the Egyptian pyramids were built, but nobody questions the Mayans. Oh no, they have started questioning the Mayans recently, but yeah, it is kind of funny. Probably CO2 is what I know. Some sort of CO2 fire extinguisher I need. I'll look it up and find out. Have I watched the Sackville video? Not yet, no. Actually, blocks of paper are hard to sonify without a constant outside heat source. True, but there again, I have questions about some of these books' coverings. It's not the paper I'm worried so much about the covers. Right, so what I'm hearing is that if libraries of yourself and Draco combined, we risk creating a black hole from the density of such knowledge in private hands. Let's put it this way, we qualify already as libraries. No, I can't. Of course, the 3,000-ton improvement clause loophole would apply to a carrier built on the Admiral class. Yes, so basically the British could build a 36,000-ton Admiral class carrier. Anyone will manage how big that thing would be. The British would choose the Rolls-Royce Spey because it's the Rolls-Royce Spey. It'd be reliable and it'd be Rolls-Royce. It's right. I do wish BBC Channel and Channel 4 and Channel 5 would make good naval history programs. Drac had to reinforce his house because of all the books he has. Yes. Yes, he has. Think I'm only getting away with it because mine are balanced in a corner room and boxed up in various places on the ground floor on the concrete. Jim B, what do you think of the theory that the Egyptians poured rather than quarried the stones? I think they probably quarried them, but I think... there are all sorts of options if you're prepared to put in enough time and effort. Yeah, you only want to use Halon if that sort of stuff, if you have something to protect your face, I think. Same with the CO2. D8, he needs Colin first to build him a tunnel and man cave for books. Who knows what I will be getting eventually. I have a long-term plan, and basically, as we were discussing before, there is a potentially that the family might move to be closer to our family in the southwest of the UK. And if we do move, because my sister is sort of... well, both of us are looking at our current work and going, would we like different jobs? Would we like it? And potentially moving. And I have to say, one of the universities I'd really like to go work at is Plymouth, with Harry Bennett, because he's so cool. If he's watching this channel, hello Harry. You're probably not watching the channel though, but yes, I would like to go work with him at some point if I could, because I've been lucky enough to work with and talk with pretty much all my heroes in naval history terms, but as much as I had him as one of my examiners in my Viva, my PhD, and I've met him at a couple of conferences since, I haven't ever been able to spend a lot of time with Harry Bennett, and I would like to, because he's one of those historians who doesn't get known about enough, but he is really, really cool, and he really is very good at explaining stuff. So I'd like to go do some work with him if I could. But yeah, that's life. I would say the secrets of how they built the pyramids, etc., were probably in places like the library in Alexandria, which had all the scrolls and all those things. And of course, the Great Library was burnt down for various reasons in religious disputes, and that's where we've lost a lot of our knowledge of the past because of the disputes that have happened. And so we are having to... archaeology is a wonderful tool, and I know many amazing archaeologists, and I have great faith in them. But archaeology combined with historical sources is a far more accurate tool than archaeology just pushing by itself. Because it has to be, because it has something to guide its interpretation of things. Economic functions. In the past stream, I asked how you designed the Fearless Intrepid if you were in charge. You said add hangar space, 2x4 twin guns, and more command sprint. 245 twin guns, probably some 40mm, and yes, more command space. How big a ship are you looking at that point? Albion and bulwark size? No. Honestly, you could probably do that all on an extra couple of thousand tons maximum. Probably on about 1,000 tons. Harry Bennett's written tons of books worth reading. Let's get his book list up. Right then. Publications in books include Desperate Victories, the military dispatches from Dunkirk to the Battle of Britain. Very good. Admiralty Dispatches, the Story of the War from the Battle of Front 1939 to 1945. These are both published by Amelie Stroud. The Royal Navy in the Age of Austerity, British Naval Policy under Lloyd George, 1919 to 1922, published in 2016. Bismarck, The Chase and Sinking of Hitler's Goliath, University of Berlin Press, published in 2012. Hitler's Ghost Ships, Graf Spee, Scharnhorst, and Disguised Enemy Raiders. That was published in 2012 in Plymouth Press. Hunting Tirpitz, Royal Navy Operations Against Bismarck's Sister Ship. That's also published in 2012. He published a lot of books in 2012. British Naval Aviation in World War II, published in paperback 2012, published originally in 2007. Destination Normandy, Free American Regiments in Normandy, published in 2009 in paperback form. Hitler's Admirals, USNI Institute Press, published in 2004, published in Polish in 2007 and German in 2009. Roosevelt's Peacetime Ministrations, 1933 to 1941, a documentary history of the New Deal years, published by Manchester University Press, Manchester, 2004. And British Foreign Policy during the Curzon period, 1919 to 1924, published in 1995. That seems to be his first book. He has done so much. He is a really, really cool and really good historian. And I'll put a link to his profile in the description. So yeah, that's one of my things. Sort of, I would love to go, and I think that'd be easier. That'd be more likely to happen if I did live closer to Plymouth, because I don't think they want to pay massive relocation costs. Because every time I applied for them, they've, haven't seemed to want to do that. Steve Clarke, Alex, odd question for you. Muzzle brakes are common features on large land artillery, but not so much on naval contacts. Why? Size of the guns. Basically, the guns in naval terms are usually a lot longer, and therefore they don't need the muzzle brake to try and sort of deal with the effects of the gases and all the stuff coming out of the gun. It works. It's a different environment, and you can avoid it. How goes with 3 minutes? There's a British guy who moves large monoliths by logs, stones, and counterweights. One person moving a 10-ton slab. Naga, is there any lost library that you would like to have survived more than the one in Alexandria? Oh. Carthage had a library as well, but There are a few libraries in the Far East and things which I would really like to survive because we could have had some really detailed information about what was going on. And the fact is, we've also lost quite a lot of the stories of the voyages of Zheng He and all these things. And frankly, I would love those libraries as well. So there's lots of libraries I would like to have. Um, as for Hisranga, do you reckon Atlantis existed? Personally, I'm not sure if it was real. I'm not sure if Atlantis, as we think of it, is real, but I wouldn't be surprised if there have been major cities over the past which have been built up in coastal regions which have been lost to giant floods, and I wouldn't be surprised if, kind of like the Arthurian legends, they have been combined together and have become Atlantis. Mega Scrap. Experimental archaeologists are an interesting breed, in a good way. They're building a 14th century castle in France. Yes. They are. And it is an interesting one to watch. You can go and watch videos about it on YouTube as well. Doc, see, if archaeologists don't know something or something at all, their default explanation is ritual activity. Well, because quite often it is. But sometimes it's just not. Often people are unsure whether it's the same. You'd have to find an actual link between the written sources and the cultural artifact you find, because you have to date the things and be sure that's who you're talking about. And remember, I've talked about in various videos when we're doing the Roman battles, how there is a debate as to whether some of those names are the actual name of the person or if it's the name of the title. And it's a case of, oh, this must be their name. Well, no, it sounds more like a title, but you can't be 100% sure. And we don't really know where some of those tribes came from. In terms of local history, how great an impact has the loss of the records in the four courts in Dublin had? A lot on Irish history, less on wider European or world history, but a lot on Irish history. I would add, from what I understand, if it's what I'm thinking of, and on the terms of the 14th century castle, look, we all know what's going to happen. If people forget who's built it, and then they find it in France, they're going to presume it was either built some post-apocalyptic reason or was built by someone very rich who wanted to build a protection just in case zombies happened. What items from today, recent past, do you think will be interpreted as ritual purposes by future archaeologists? Oh, good lord. One thing which could be interesting is what they think of these, if any of these survive. Why do they carry bags that, they just pull out, and what is it for? Is it a ritual purpose? Is it because is this how they had bags for all their shopping? And it's a case of, no. Dog poo bags. If you got the bigger, faster Harrier, that would have been nice. Night 6 everyone, but life happens. You would have needed the bigger, faster carrier for the bigger, faster Harrier, though, to make it make sense. Would help if I turned on. And let's do HMS London. Ooh. Yeah. 0215 HMS, well, let's say it's HMS is 16, so we'll make it HMS London. Bam bam. 0155 part 6. So I've been sent this book. Now the paperback version is actually the newest version of this, and that's actually the author's preferred copy. But I've been sent this to read and look, and I love it. Okay, I've got it on Kindle already. And hands up, I should also admit, Ian Ballantyne, who's the author of this, I've actually worked for in the past, and I still do occasionally work for. He is the editor of Warships International Fleet Review magazine, and I write articles for it. So, this book is cool. It is all about HMS London, which was, of course, a county-class cruiser. An 8-inch cruiser, which had many interesting modifications in its career. It has lots of cool photos in it. It has lots of interesting stuff in it about the various Londons. And it was kind of an interesting start into life, but looking at the chapters, well, so going, Chapters. Privateers, Royalists and Roundheads, the ship lost America, mutiny at Spithead, Nelson turns a blind eye, bombarding Sevastopol, at war with the Kaiser, running the Dardanelles, policemen of the Empire, the Bismarck hunt, the Kremlin delegation, Tirpitz chase, the shame of convoy PQ-17, an undeserving scapegoat, surrender at Sabang, final days of Empire, storming up the Yangtze, the long retreat, in dangerous waters, Saddam's apocalypse, and the fall of the Soviet Union, and keeping watch on the Balkans. All come under HMS London, and the various ships that have borne the name. Yeah, there's a London in a Singapore refit. It's well written, it's nicely put together, and it's enjoyable. But as said, he does recommend the paperback version. He feels is better than the hardback version. I think this version is very good. But I haven't read the paperback version, so I will see. If I get a copy of the paperback version, I will read that and I will tell you which is better. But yeah, this has got all sorts of things in here. Before the Allies imposed a temporary halt in the Russian convoys, the 28 vessels of QP-15 had been escorted back from Murmansk to Iceland, with the London and the Suffolk providing a cruiser screen from Bear Island to Iceland. There was little opposition from the Germans, and QP-15 losing only 2 merchant vessels to U-boat attacks. The Allied invasion of North Africa in November 1942 had the benefit of drawing away German aircraft and submarines. With the onset of the 24 hours darkness in December, the Arctic convoys were resumed with the prefix JW in place of PQ and RA in place of QP. The Tirpitz remained in her lair, but the Scheer was in refit. The Hipper, light cruiser Nuremberg, and the Lutzow were, however, still in Norwegian waters. Hitler put heavy pressure on Naval High Command to mount a major operation against resumed Allied Arctic convoys, but the same restrictions were still in place. However, even the mere presence of the Tirpitz and the other ships constituted a huge threat. London sailors groaned in the increasing frequency of patrol white, and it was becoming plain that HMS London would not last much longer without further major repairs. This offered a glimmer of hope. It's a very, very cool book. Dan Freeman, I kind of want to be buried with a variety of objects, including a Bronze Age knife. You just want to torture people. Are you going to cover the post-war cruiser development in the books today? Well, the books which have post-war cruisers I will look at. I've got a couple books played out. I have to admit, I haven't got many books booked out today, mainly because I wanted to do a chatty one, because I've been recording so much all weekend and doing so much with the family stuff that I just fancied a chatting session. I know, sometimes they're more booky than others. So today I have like 6 books picked out for it. And I've got through 2 of them. Sorry, if you heard a weird noise there, that was OneDrive putting up a picture of, I think, one of my cousins on me going, look back at your past memories, and I'm going, is she... I'm fairly sure she's gone home. She's not here stalking me, is she? I don't know. I fixed the computer. What? But would the ship's dog on a bigger, faster carrier, carrying the bigger, faster harrier, need to be a bigger, faster terrier? It would have to be something. Probably a poodle. Or at least a flotilla of corgis. Yeah, corgis don't hunt in packs, they hunt in flotillas. They feel they are natural destroyers. Or small cruisers. Either will do them. And a great book on archaeology, Motel of Mysteries. Lots of future interpreters on current artifacts found in 20th century motel. Oh, good lord. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm just thinking about hotels, if any of them survive. Not even the motels, the hotels. Oof. I think I'm going to have to fix that. I'm worried about the way that nails come through comes through the roof and the sap coming out of it. Hopefully that sealed it up and stopped water coming in, but I'm going to probably have to look into that at some point. That roof up there. I think me and Drac will be going up on the roof again at some point soon. I'm going to have to try and borrow him. Take care, Stafford. Ron, what advice would you give an American considering seeking a history engineering degree in the UK? First of all, those are quite different courses. Both are equally good in different ways. In history, that provides a lot of skills that a lot of employers will like. It's a very good transferable skills course that can allow you to work in a lot of different fields. Engineering provides you with usually the skills which will get you pretty much guarantee to get you a job in that field if you want that field, or banking. The British degree structure compared to the American, and I have taught them both, is a little bit more straightforward but a little less eclectic. And it tends to be... Well, let's put it this way. At certain points it's probably cheaper in terms of some American universities and British universities, depending on what you think of the exchange rate at the time. But the more prominent British universities are probably cheaper than the more prominent American universities because of the way the American universities structure their fees. It's a lot of fun. I had a fair number of American students come and do their degrees in the UK, and they've had a lot of fun. And then a fair number of Brits go and do their degrees in America and have a lot of fun. Exeter seems to be very popular. Exeter always seems to be very popular for that. I know a number of American students who go at Exeter. Actually, Vanguard, I think you and Drac and Dreamy should do a quiz show. Oh, good lord, that'd be scary. Karen, Doc, were many records lost to the Great Fire of London beyond parish records? The British, the thing is, the great libraries in Britain at the time were Oxford and Cambridge and York Minster. And the big ones in London weren't really affected that much. On the next day here, I'm almost half worried about just spamming the chat with questions and just slowing down your book reviews. Well, yes, that's what I'm doing, a questiony one today. I like questiony ones. I do like Bruships when it's questiony because it gives me a lot to talk about. And a lot of naval history stuff I can discuss. Mark asks, corgis are the battlemounts when the fairies go to war. The white patch on the neck is the fairy saddle. Yeah. Trust me, I've seen my corgis gone. Sig Fox, so are you naming your next corgi Glow One then, Alex? Current one's called Zebedee. The poodle's called Raleigh. Or rather, the training, the fluffy research assistant is Raleigh, and the assistant fluffy research assistant is Zebedee. Soon to become senior fluffy research assistant for Raleigh. Yeah. Who knows what the next ones will be called? It's going to sound strange. I like corgis, I do, but I have to admit, probably poodles are more my dog than a corgi. I like my dog. Please don't get me wrong, but it's going to sound strange, but I play with both dogs and love them both, and they're wonderful dogs. But the corgi sort of suits my sister more in terms of a breed, and the poodle suits me more. In that you can be a doggy person, or sort of love all dogs, all this thing, but you have, it's hard to say. It's kind of like picking a best friend. I'm quite high energy. And the corgi's also quite high energy, and that means we sort of buzz off each other a bit, in that we both high energy and just keep working each other up to an extent. Whereas the poodle is more calmer, which works better with me. Whereas my sister sometimes needs the higher energy corgi that helps sort of offset her. So that's what I'm sort of going, that sort of fits us best. So I will probably have, I doubt I will ever be without poodles. I doubt I will ever not have a poodle. As long as I can afford to have one, I will have a poodle. But I could also see me having a corgi as well as a friend for the poodle. And keeping up the poodle-corgi mix. So I reckon they're a bakery of corgis. Imagine if the British had if they had 3 different types of aircraft, how does that affect things? Well, you probably see this nice gentleman called Steve George, who is a very nice engineer who we had on bilge pumps. Would probably, along with a lot of other engineers, run screaming for the edge of the carrier flight deck and leap off into the ocean going, "No!" to get away from the logistical and maintenance nightmare that would be having all those 3 types of aircraft. McDLT destroyed America. Potentially. Potentially. I don't know. I do not know. Let's see. Let's put in an edit here so I have this to begin. Yeah, I don't know. Why would the British Task Force have brought the standard Harrier LC Harrier if they had the P1154s? They wouldn't. They'd have brought the P1154 or 1154s. And again, it wouldn't have been much different than when it was with the Harriers, other than if they also had airborne early warning, because the Harrier wasn't the problem. It was the lack of airborne early warning in terms of that. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. You'll be glad to know that we have videos scheduled for the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th, all loaded up. So all of those videos are loaded up and ready to go. So the Apollo class comes out tomorrow at 7. Then it's the Sveldov class on Tuesday at 7. Descartes on Wednesday at 7. It's the Mystery replacement for the Columbia class on Thursday at 7. Diadem class, Friday at 7. The Asthma class, Saturday at 7. And hopefully uploaded later will be the Cressy class for Monday the 21st at 7. But if Steve George on a bigger carrier that can accommodate all the spare parts, he'd still be crying, because let's be honest, if you had that many types of aircraft in that period, you would have spare parts and different boxes coming out the wazoo. Bad enough in World War II with the multiple aircraft types. It was really strange on the American carriers, frankly, that they had the one reasons why they... in the American task groups, they always had a carrier, but they always worried about the fast supply ship as well. And that's because, honestly, to try and carry enough supplies to keep all those different types of aircraft going, you had to have the supply ship nearby with the supplies aboard. If you wanted to cripple an American carrier group, you didn't need to take out the carrier. You needed to go after the logistics supply ship. The dry store ship. Take that out, there's no... they'll run out of spare parts within a few days of military operations. Melanie, you are making... you are managing to try and wind me up. I know they said that. I know. It's just terrible. The 8, why would they even develop it? They wouldn't have. If they had the 1154, they wouldn't need the other two. It's big enough that to carry the 24, which was the minimum number they wanted to design for the Invincibles, you probably needed to grow the Invincibles by about 25-30%. I'm reading Cunningham's autobiography. Do you have a good autobiography to balance out? Not really. There isn't really a good biography of him. He's only his autobiography, really. However, if you read Admirals by Andrew Lambert, there is a good chapter on him, which is a good autobiography. That's a bit close as you can get. Hey, Shranga, what do you think of those big videos? I haven't watched enough of them. I've only watched a couple. Here's a hypothetical that's really out there. Stars aligned, the USA, UK, and USSR get the hydrogen bomb in the same year. Yaren developed the nuclear subs by 1955, and shortly after perfects the SLBM tech a few years before the USN. What is the effect? Say there's a functioning UK SLBM fleet by 1957. These all nuclear. It's going to have to be nuclear. And if it is by 1957, then probably the Americans are trying to buy it off the British. Fast. So, what would Argentina do if they face the choice between a powerful Chile and UK? This one we never think about. Uruguay. Option number 3. Not a good option. Uruguay has kicked Argentinian behinds on several occasions. But yeah, that's usually the next option on the list. Yeah, look at the movie of The Final Countdown, shot on the US Nimitz in 1979. There were 6 aircraft types on the carrier. I know. And I'm currently writing an autobiography on... Let's see. And let me just get it up. In my Word file. Come on, Word file. And... Right, go. I'm currently in the process of fleshing out, researching, fleshing out, structuring, and writing 37 autobiographies, starting off with Admiral Sir William Stewart, and which he finishes with Admiral Sir Michael Le Fanu. I don't have space for a 38th. Not for a while. They're all planned to be roughly 45,000 words. Thank you, Jack Ray. How you doing? I'm not going to do my Cookie Monster impression. It will be short. It will be turned into a short by someone, and I will be doing that for years. Melanie, have you already drunk 2 litres of tea? How much... What are you doing? Is this intravenous tea? Let's see. Seriously, they would attack Uruguay if Chile was UK were too powerful. Yes, because... Basically goes Uruguay, and then if you really want to have fun, you go and try and attack Bolivia. But they probably... Bolivia is just not a good place to go and attack. You have seen Naval. Imagine several thousand of him, and in mountain passes, holding the defensive line, and you having to advance towards them. Then work out why people do not want to invade Bolivia. No one sensible wants to do that. That is not the kind of mind you want to be attacking upper mountain paths towards, okay? That just isn't. And when there's them in multiple, that's just not good. Sorry, I misspoke. Biographies, not autobiographies. So, actually... Right, everyone trying to think of a military topic for next YouTube video. So, you know, Alex, I drink 4 litres of tea a day. Hydration is important. I drink about 2 litres of iron brew, roughly 3 litres of water, and probably about another 2 litres of milk a day. I basically survive on liquids. Which is very bad for you, but I forget to eat sometimes. Which is probably why Stafford and Manley tend to remind me if I haven't asked me if I'm eating. Next row. I've met Track. He's nice. I met him. He's one of my best friends. And certainly the only one I can have the same the level of arguments about naval history I do with him. But I still wouldn't like to fight several thousand of them. I'm working on drinking the first. The second is in the container as well with in the fridge as well with the third and fourth after they brewed. What's the point in brewing a couple of times? Okay. Yes, history of the basically the final countdown is naval aviation. I'm going to say the word which YouTube is going to worry about me and not like, but I'm going to say it. That basically it's naval aviation porn. It's for those of us who like looking at naval aviation. Final countdown is basically look at all those planes go. It's wonderful, but also then there's part of me thinking, think about all those fitters and engineers and logisticians aboard that ship. They'll be crying. They're all launching at once. Well, not all Bolivians are honouring Hungarian nobility. No. So let's say he's part of the branch which would be in charge of the rest. That's still probably a couple of hundred of them. I'd still rather not, with several thousand ones who are very close to them in also of them. So who's after Bolivia and the rest? Well, the trouble is, if you consider the map of South America, and you consider the options involved in it, Argentina has Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil if they really, really want to, and Bolivia. Now, they've fought wars against Brazil, and they haven't gone well. They fought wars against Uruguay, and they haven't gone well. Paraguay, I suppose they could also go after, but I wouldn't recommend it. Basically, you're looking at a country which was basically looking at all its neighbours and going, which one of you can we unite our country by attacking? Mm-hmm. The F-18 came in existence, replaced the F-4s and A-7s as one of the first moves by the US Navy to consolidate their hidden entry into fewer aircraft types. Trouble is, replacing the A-7 Intruder with a significantly shorter range aircraft was not really necessarily the smartest thing to do. Thankfully, in the nicest way, the Intruder was a bomb truck, and it should be replaced with a bomb truck. I can understand replacing the F-4s with the F-18s, makes sense to an extent. And there are other aircraft to do it, but basically you need a bomb truck and a fighter. That's what you need as a carrier. You need something which will give you strike range, and something which will defend you and your task group. And that's the main trouble the FA with the US carriers force amount. Right. Anyway, I don't want to annoy Drac even when I'm across the ocean. Sometimes winding him up is fun. But there again, I am his friend. And he's a very cool guy. A7 of course, A6 with the intruder. Sorry, I got them confused. But yeah, the intruder was not one you wanted to get replaced. Sorry, the US Navy had so many different A's, this, A, that. They're not a ship, but the USAS used hot pink camo in the desert security of Iraq. And of course, Mountbatten pink is one of my videos on this channel, on the shorts, and yes, they did use it on ships as well. Yes, there have been Jaguars painted pink at some times. D8, and normally, yeah, sorry, I have little cousins watching D8. That's why there's a sort of linguistics moderator in the chat. I think it's got been let through, but yeah. I would agree that the A6 was severely undercut. And it would have been a far, actually, while it was in rewiring and all these things, but it would actually been an aircraft which had far more development potential and ease of keeping it going considering its design and what it's being used for. Hang on, let's say the British replace both carriers out of Falklands and these carriers will be a quadrupole to 70,000 tons. What aircraft would they fly? If you're replacing them after the Falklands, you are probably buying Cats and probably Tomcats and Buccaneers. Yes, they've given the Phantoms to the Air Force, but they won't want to go back with the Phantoms if they're doing that. But Buccaneers, they might well go, yeah, we like those. We can make a new version of the Buccaneer for the carriers, and they could. It's around. There's enough deals around. They could make it as the British aircraft for the carrier, a new Super Buccaneer or something, and Tomcats possibly. If they're still in production, are Tomcats still in production in 1982? They're produced till 1991, yeah, so probably Tomcats. Probably Tomcats and... yeah, Buccaneers. And probably they would get Hawkeyes as well, because the French have got them and the Americans have got them, and it would just be easier to get them. But the interesting thing would be whether they went for some S3 Vikings. I don't know, someone's asked me what would happen if a whole squadron of A6Ms were intercepted by two F-14s. It starts with almost half of the Zeros dead before they know anything is out there. Do they know anything is out there ever? let's be honest, they're going to have no radar warning sensors in their systems, and the only chunk of metal that any missile or radar-guided weapon has got to home in on it is the engine. So there's nothing and no chance the pilot surviving that missile hitting that. Hey, I'm Canadian. I could be worse. I could use the word Aussies think is a polite greeting. Oh, there are so many words which the Aussies think are as a polite greeting. If I remember correctly, the Kamuna is not really. It's an auxiliary. It's the Russian salvage ship. So yeah, it's in service, but it's more we're talking about a sort of how do I put this politely? A floating double-hulled floating salvage catamaran that's designed to pick ships up, and it's still in service, but that's because it still works and it's barely used. You have to be a favourite British 8-inch gun cruiser, and why is it HMS Exeter? Under no circumstances is it Exeter. Under circumstances. Exeter's a great name, has a great crew. It's a cut-price county, and I do not approve of those. Maybe if they built 4 of them. If they built 4 and said we got these 4 instead of 3, and managed to get 4 instead of 3 counties, maybe I might have some approval of them. But honestly, no approval of the cut price counties. An AIM-54 Phoenix with some luck can take out a whole 3x3 Japanese fighter formation, given the size of the warhead and the A6M's fragility. Potentially. Dan Freeman, you're now just baiting me. What is the best fleet air-arm aircraft ever, and why is it the Fairey Albacore? No. My favourite fleet air-arm aircraft is... Ooh. What I like. Sea Fury, probably. That's my rubber. It's going to be between the Swordfish and the Sea Fury. My goodness, just with 77 A6Ms, 2 Tomcats only have a maximum of 6 AIM-54s each, so that's 12. Then the short-range missiles kill 8 more, so that's 20 down. And the last 7 are facing supersonic fighters with 20mm rotary cannon. And that's suggesting how many of the last 7 are still actually alive after those AIM-54s have gone off. So no matter who the gin to choose, they're up ship's creek, no paddle, no hope, right? Pretty much. I know there aren't any people I've been looking at that group going, that's who I want to fight. Really? You do? How cute. Did someone really just... Seneca Air, I've told you before about trying to say the Blackburn is the best aircraft the fleet air I've ever had. It's just not. It's just not. The fact that someone tried to suggest there was an aircraft which was uglier than the fleet air other than the Blackburn, I am not quite sure how they managed to get that one, but they did claim they found something uglier. Could the F-15 even catapult with 6 AIM-54s? Heard someone talking about 2 Phoenixes per Tomcat at most. No, I think they could take the 6. Gannet, not the best looking bird. Yeah, but compared to a Blackburn, it's still fine. And the Amio 1434. Let's check the 143. Oh, isn't that dinky? It's an under canopy. Yeah, that just looks like a handy page with more windows. That's not that ugly. No. Trust me. Compared to Blackburn, that's perfect. That's almost attractive. Almost, he says. Almost. They launch a 6 AIM-54, they tank straight after, and they can't land on the carrier with the 6 AIM-54 on board, though. Nope, you need to fast them. If the British were powerful, i.e. more capable than they were when the Argentines invaded the Falklands, they would go down as really, really stupid. A book on the British British Navy in the Korean War. Ooh. That ends too early. That's not got that section in. That's not got that section in. Nor has that got that section in. Which has a good Korean War section in. Thank you, Tanner Falker. There's a good book on Unicorn, but that's not really going to help. Well, there's the With Carriers in Korea, which is basically about the US Navy and RN carriers in the sort of out there. But it focuses mostly. It's by John R.P. Lanson, and I have read it, I think, a while ago. But honestly, Let's see. I've read it when it was a library copy. I haven't got a copy myself, so I'm not read it that recently. But I think it was pretty good. Most of the books about Korea focus on the naval aviation side of it. So, what modern plane do you think could take the most World War II fighters? The most World War II fighters. That's an interesting question. Depends. Which is the aircraft which can carry the most sidewinders? Well, yeah, I would say the F-15X looks like it can carry the most Sidewinders. Because the F-22 can carry 4 Sidewinders and 6 AMRAAMs. The non-stealth F-15, the new one, can carry... Well, can add quad packs of 4 missiles to each wing in the pylons, plus to pack that can carry 4 to 6 packs, so could carry 20 to 20 up to 24 missiles potentially. So yeah, probably the Eagle, because that will just mow them down with smart missiles and then probably take out the rest with cannon until it runs out of firepower. Right. I'm going to be back in a second because I've just heard a noise outside and I have a feeling it is my darling sister doing something weird again. And if she's hurting herself trying to lift a blooming pot, I'm going to tell her off. She has kept doing weird stuff lately and trying to act like she's Superwoman. What's going on? I don't know. Good job I went out there. I did not know. That girl is so silly sometimes. Seriously. You think I was the blooming elder brother and she was the younger sister sometimes? You really would. Sorry about that. Did it? No fluffy researchers isn't going for a takeover. Just... How do I put this? My mum has a rule that the heavy lifting, etc., if my sister wants heavy lifting done, she's supposed to ask me at the moment. Because she's managed to hurt herself. And my sister basically complained this was sort of restrictive. Because it meant I had to be free. So Mum said, okay, anything you do, you have to do it while Alex is still around. Alex is going away this week, of course. So, my sister is gamely decided that she wanted to move some stuff. And she can't move stuff while I'm not here, and I go off tomorrow. Don't get back till Friday. And so, while I'm still technically here, she was trying to move it and was hurting herself. And I heard someone mildly, let's say, using language which, if any of the little ones are watching, you will not use. Well, if you do use, you say you learnt it from cousin, from my sister, not me. And so I went out and found her lifting it and sorted it out. I don't know, they're just sisters. See, like, A-10 could outmaneuver most World War II aircraft and is 23mm proof. True. A-10 is 23mm tolerant. It's not proof against them. Nah, but it's fun. Scott, the B-1B can carry something like 60 AMRAAMs. Well, that's your winner then, probably. And let's be honest, if a B-1B starts dogfighting you, it's going to just knock you out of the sky with its wings. Ooh, the AC-130 gunship. Did they engage air targets with those guns? So basically, we found out that the B-1B is just sent up to be a bomb truck for the F-22. In which case, why not go for the B-52? If you're going to have anything as a bomb truck, surely you use the bomb truck for it. Because let's be honest, the B-52 could carry a lot more. Jack, right. I think your sister does stuff in earshot of you, then makes noises indicating that help is assistance required, then you go to help. Quite possibly. But she could just ask and I go and help anyway. What minor nation aircraft could have been a great naval conversion conversion World War II? There were some interesting Polish Polish developments going on in terms of aircraft development prior to World War II. They don't get as much attention as they probably should. But yeah, I would never... the Polish have options, certainly. I've just realised that when I flick on my home channel, I just did this to check if this was right, it's showing up as live in 2 places. I'm not sure why, whether it's supposed to or not, but yeah, it does. And I do love that Mountbatten Pink is still up there, Strange and Infection, as one of the things. Yeah, there's lots of shorts got to be coming out soon. Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you, Ray. Make sure, Alex, you're forgetting the rule of cool. B1B Lancer looks a lot better than B-52. Moral damage existence. True, but let's be honest. The B-52 does look cool in its own way, especially since they've started changing the wings. So the wings don't sag as much as they used to. So no, I really like the memes of NATO holding back the Polish attack dog. At the moment, then, whilst I'm fairly sure there are certain leaders of Poland who would like that to be definitely understood as being true. There's also the fact the Polish are not stupid and do understand that the Russians cornered get more dangerous the more they get cornered. And whilst we're not quite sure how many operating systems they have, they still do have nuclear weapons. And this is coming from someone who does not advise Ukraine to slow its advance in any way, shape or form. They need to try and get as much ground as they can, because honestly, judging by some recent footage I've been seeing of press conferences for Putin, etc., the more they take territory, the more chance they've got of there being a Russian change in leadership. And it's a flip of the coin whether you get someone who's better for Ukraine or worse for Ukraine. Someone who will go, right then, we need to stop fighting. Or someone who will go, we need to double down and fight harder. It's a flip of the coin. Sir, can you imagine the questions historians would ask if Argentina chose economic and political self-destruction? They did anyway. Have you looked at what happens to Argentina after 1982? My ex, who is a wonderful historian, a really, really great historian, and who studies all this stuff and looks into Argentina, could tell you all the things about Argentina. They certainly do not get through after the Falklands War without having a lot of trouble. It certainly backfires on the leadership, on the junta, in many, 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 many ways. How dare it, Joss Funk? Those gift memberships are like little landmines. They weigh like they do. Richard, Sean Penn just gave Zelensky his Oscar. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. It really is. It's one of those areas where, frankly, you're sitting there looking at it going, how did that happen? So, I've already mentioned this book recently because I have some issues with it. And those issues are not massive, but they are issues. No, my ex does not have a YouTube channel. She doesn't. Again, sadly, because she'd be very good. But, yeah. Here is my problem. This is produced by the same people. This actually cost me more than this did. Which looks better? If I am spending nigh on, well, let's be honest, let's find out not what the minimum wage is, what is the average hourly wage in the UK. Let me just check before I reel off old figures. The average hourly pay in the UK in 2020, as of 2020, was £15.15. Okay? This is 2 hours pay. This is 3 hours pay on that scale. It doesn't look it. It's got the content, it's got the quality. I know you're paying for the information inside. I do realise that. And it is the dispatches and all the stuff and the records, the Naval Records Society and of the Mediterranean Fleet. It's edited by Paul G. Harpen, who's a professor emeritus of Florida State University. And it has all the details in there. It's divided into the Mediterranean from 1930 to the Ethiopian crisis, the Abyssinian crisis 35 to 36, the Spanish Civil War and Neon agreements 36 to 37, the approach of war in 1938 to 39, sources, documents, lists, all those things. It's a wonderful thing. If you can't get to the National Archives in Kew, you want this book. But I object to... For its contents, this looks, yes, it's very simple, but it looks far more elegant, and it's produced by exactly the same people as this. Just, yeah. Addressed, this is from 8th of September 1937, ADM 116-355-3522. And this is from Admiral Pound to the Admiralty, and Admiral Pound at this point is the CNC Mediterranean Fleet. Addressed Admiralty, repeated CNC Home Fleet. Immediate. I am of the opinion the scheme outlined in paragraph 3, which will be called Scheme Z, has great disadvantages, inasmuch as, firstly, it does not permit of every submarine sighted being attacked whatever it is doing. Secondly, does not possess the advantages of the convoy system that every attack must be carried out in the presence of the counter-attacking force. Scheme Z must be considered under two headings: its effectiveness in destroying submarines, B, its moral effect on submarines. As regards A, to achieve success by day it would be essential to have continuous air patrols between general headquarters and parallel 40 degrees north. Otherwise we shall have no idea, except possibly by direction finding, bearings of where submarines are operating, while enemy can locate our hunting units and warn their submarines. One squadron of flying boats at 8 general HQs and one at Bougie are considered essential. Algiers and Oran zones are unsuitable. Flying boats to be fully armed and to carry bombs to attack any submarine in the vicinity of ship which has been attacked. HMS Glorious or another carrier to be used until flying boats have arrived, and then to supplement them as found necessary. For searching the whole flotilla is best, while for covering large areas which ensures early arrival at scene of attack, destroyers stationed singly are best. Best compromise is considered units of 3 destroyers. 4. By night, problem is more difficult as A, air reconnaissance is not available, B, with increasing long nights, submarines can leave nationalist ports in Majorca and Ibiza or Spanish government ports and arrive at their selected area of operations unknown to us. Having removed themselves from the scene of the attack, they can return to their base by day without danger of attack from us. Part 2 follows. 5. By working in 2 watches, I assume it is their lordships' intention that all available destroyers of the Mediterranean Fleet and one division from Home Fleet, other than those Mediterranean destroyers required for operations in other areas of refitting, should be concentrated in Western Basin, and that Hartis Force should be at sea at any time. As this is practically war operations and entirely different to somewhat boring duties that have been employed in the past, I see no objection to this. It is assumed that non-intervention duties will not be required. Considering distance involved, I consider it impractical to detach destroyers from Western Basin to deal with incidents in Aegean and Malta Channel areas, and I would propose 2 destroyers of 3rd Destroyer Flotilla should be stationed at Mudros and 2 at Malta. Malta Force should have assistance of number 202 Flying Boat Squadron, whilst HMS Repulse could be stationed at Mudros to provide air reconnaissance. It is assumed France would deal with North African trade routes and Cape Bon area. Assuming 4 ships of 3rd Destroyer Flotilla were employed as proposed in paragraph 6, number of destroyers available in Western Basin at present time would be 1st Destroyer Flotilla 9, 2nd Destroyer Flotilla 8, 3rd Destroyer Flotilla 3, Division of Home Fleet 4, which would allow 4 units of 3 ships, each being on patrols at a time. Each unit would then be 7 days on patrol and would be at sea for 9 out of every 14 days. Owing to dockings and refits of Mediterranean destroyers, it would be necessary for Home Fleet to provide whole flotilla of destroyers in order to maintain 12 ships on patrol. With additional destroyers, more units could be maintained at sea, and chance of reaching the scene of attack quickly would be correspondingly increased. As regards to moral effect, factors in order of importance which will produce moral effect are, I believe, A. Destruction of submarines. From foregoing remarks, it will be realised that Scheme Z is unlikely to achieve this. We may get one by luck. There's B. Depth charging, even at distance, is unpleasant. Whenever search for submarines which has made a kill is being carried out, depth charges should be dropped at intervals previous to contact being made. C. Hunting them. Every submarine which is sighted by our air patrol is detected by our aerosticks should be hunted for as long as contact can be maintained. D. Observing their movements from air. 10. Moral effect on of the above is difficult to assess without knowing the nationality of crew. Submarine captains are probably volunteers and good men. Discipline of crew probably doubtful and likely to be seriously affected by depth charging. 11. From above, their lordships realise that I'm now not in favour of Scheme Z, as apart from the moral effect, which is uncertain value, Scheme is too dependent on luck. Should Scheme Z be decided on, however, it is my intention to proceed to Western Basin to conduct operations, as in addition to visit of the First Lord, my only important commitment is a discussion with the General Weir in Egypt, which must be filled in later. Convoy requirements follow immediately. It's good. It's very, very good. I just wish it looked as good as it is, I'm sorry. And I know you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Mm-hmm. Your shortcomings of early aircraft carriers LP is now up on Warship subreddit. Oh. I hope it's all correct. I think it all is. I did a lot of research, but you can never be quite sure when you're talking about it. Oh, well, I had to do a little bit of checking. I'm not sure. Honestly, not really sure on the answer to that one. I thought I had an idea, but I don't think there were. D8. No, too. I question that. The B-1 is more expensive to operate compared to the B-52 and is more important to both an ACM Slinger and a bomb truck operating during air dominance. What are you questioning? I'm trying. I hated it in school. We needed specific books on astronavigation tables. 1907 for 120 guilders, €60. You could get the same expired tables for 20 guilders, €10 at local maritime stores. That doesn't surprise me. Do you have a problem with having your videos posted on Reddit? Nope. None at all. I've just never had it done before, so... And I know how in my experience, Reddit is a place I do actually sometimes use to go and get research. I do know how good the researchers on Reddit are. So if there is any small, slight thing in there where I have simplified something or not added the correct context and nuance to it, I know they will come in and tell me, and I will have a long discussion. I will have long comments about it. But no, I'll look forward to it. Is the other version also available? The Somerville book's also available, and slowly I'm getting. I'm slowly building up a full collection of these ones. They come in various versions. Some of them look like that, and some of them look like this. And I'm slowly getting through the Rutledge collection, but they're expensive. They are expensive. Rutledge books are very good academically. You know, writing a Rutledge book is considered the highest form of academic publishing, but I've never managed to do that. So unsurprisingly, therefore. Yeah, actually they are expensive. They are expensive. I would say my average monthly expenditure on books to support my research, and the thing is, I don't just use books once. I do go back to them, but you buy new books and newer versions of these. Basically, huge academic stockpiles come out, and so if you think about this book, it's got the equivalent of several thousand documents almost in it. And yes, I would still want to go to the archives and have a look through the full document. But I've now got a version like this I've got that I can reference and research and use for my initial writing, which is very useful. But I would say my average monthly... Basically, how do I put this player? My Patreon money every month, in terms of budgeting, Patreon pretty much entirely goes on any computer equipment, etc., or stuff I need to doing the YouTube channel, and any books I need to buy. And the money from YouTube itself goes towards things like, well, I have to admit, sometimes Iron Brew and Pizza to keep me going, but also any expenses of the trips to actually go to the archives and do the researching. So if I need to book a hotel room, if I need a petrol and those things, that's what the YouTube money gets budgeted on. So that's pretty much how much I spend a month on research. And as I tell people, and I've said this in interviews, YouTube and Patreon and the support of all you pays for my research and pays for me to actually be able to afford to do that. Because as a contract lecturer, you just don't get paid that much. You just don't. And especially when universities sometimes forget to pay you. It's fun. Jimmy Stewart. Ah, cool. Thank you, D. Learn something new every day. Your monthly expenditure or a monthly contribution to your reference material addiction? Oh, thank you. Max Farron, as a question on HMS Ambuscade, would you say it's important for the destroyer development as well as, let's say, the Dreadnought was for battleship development? Probably not. But that's mostly because most of the really big destroyer developments come in waves. And I would argue the bigger wave for destroyer developments come in the late 1930s. They come in sort of 1916, 1917, 1910, and then pretty much it goes silent for a bit, and then it's about the mid to late 1930s that there's a big pulse again in destroyer development, because it's a case of destroyers are the quantity ships, so you tend to build slowly accumulate knowledge, and when it becomes cost effective to build that quantity at that new scale, that's when you jump up. So you can have things which are outliers along the way that provide information for what's going to be next big leap. But it's not until you get to the next big leap that it actually happens. So it's not not the same as with capital ships, with battleships and battle cruisers, because again, a capital ship is, we are here. As I say regularly, there is no point building a cut price capital ship. There is absolutely no good reason, because its entire purpose, especially in peacetime, is to be a symbol of national strength and capability, and to act as a deterrent for conflict. And so, you cannot have a cut. At the moment you start cutting and going, I'm going to do this on the cheap, your nation will look weak. It'll look like it can't afford things. It's one of the reasons why I do not like little Spanish battle dreadnoughts. And I say that they're just not a sensible idea. Because they look like baby dreadnoughts. And they are baby dreadnoughts. And everyone knows they are. I worry about quite how much ex-military stuff you purchase sometimes. I do. Real literature books are incredibly expensive. Mm-hmm. So anyway, weren't the R-class cut-price capital ships? They're certainly not the same level as Queens, and Queen Elizabeth, and you can consider that. But there's also the fact the British were building 8. Again, quantity has a quality of its own. So the British are saying, well, we're accepting just slightly less than the capability we can build. They've still got 15-inch guns, which makes them more powerful than other ships available at the time. And they've got the same guns. They're just not as fast as they could be. And we're building 8 of them. So this means, by the way, we're going to end up, and with HMS Agincourt ordered, theoretically you therefore have 14 15-inch gun battleships on the blocks being built. That's more than some nations have in total dreadnoughts. But that kind of makes up for it. But yes, I do agree, they are just not good on that front. And I'm not really a fan of the R class, as we all know. I think we want 8 and we won't wait, they should have ordered pretty much 8 more Queen Elizabeths. In fact, although I have also said I think the Queen Elizabeth should have been modified. I think we should have built ships which had 4 triple turrets rather than 4 twin turrets, and then gone, hello, we've got 12 15-inch guns. And that would have really scared the bejesus out of people, because it would have been a case of, oh my god. I would have told everyone they were going to be 4 turret ships with the new and the 4 turret ships. I'd have hidden their gun. It was going to be the It was going to be the 13.5 experimental is what it was hidden as, 15-inch, and I'd have hidden the number of guns they were going to have, right up until turrets fitted, guns in. Hello, yes, and then seen everyone's face in the world when you've got something which can do. Again, I'd have pushed for the full oil-fired and the higher pressure boilers that Jellicoe did actually want to get the 28 knots, and I'd have 28 knot, 12, 15-inch gunned Queen Elizabeth class, and gone, anyone really want to fight me? No? Cute. Go home. D8. The Swedish coastal defence ships in World War II kept the German fleet out of their waters. That they did. The Swedish ships were very good. I've recently heard about an IO-sized missile cruiser for US proposed in the 90s. Basically, the US version of the Kirovs. Anything about it? Yeah, they did various projects on them. There are some interesting ideas. Mega's friend, UAD is quite fun. Working on a Dido Star Destroyer, but with 10 twin 40mm Bofors per side. Today I dare a plane to attack it. Ouch. Mark Anderson, if only Canada had paid for Acadia, Quebec, and Ontario, that would have been really quite interesting. It would have certainly been very, very interesting. I don't know. Well, the Admiral class would have been a 12, 15-inch gun-armed fast battlecruiser then. Yep. We can all think about how much that thing would have displaced. Because if you're going to make a battlecruiser with 12, 15-inch guns and all the equivalent and necessary speed to go fast enough over a 28-knot Queen Elizabeth class, then that's going to be powerful. Also, you could well have had the cut price version for the Renown, for the R-class battleships, could well have been that instead of them, they could just lose another turret and go down to 9 guns, 2 forward, 1 aft, and still maintain the speed, in which case they'd be 9 15-inch gun ships. Still make them pretty darn powerful. And they'd still have the 28 knots of speed, in which case, again, you'd have the RN having X number of ships, which were 28 knots. That would have scared everyone in the Washington Treaty series. I think I answered your question as I go through one before the question appeared in front of me. About 55,000 tons for the hood then. Pretty much, probably. That's right. The Dutch British Prime Minister wanted to buy all British battleships back in 1989. It's going to be R-class because there's no Q-class. Would they have updated them? Probably. R-class would be it. Q-class is no Q-class battleships. So no, 20 knots is faster than some battlecruisers. It's what Jellicoe thought they could get up to. Repulse and Renown with triple turrets, anyone? Yeah! If you're starting from a ship which is already going 28 knots, you probably just lengthen it to add in more engine space, and you leave it with the 3 turrets. How does 28 knot Queen Elizabeth sonars affect King George V's? Well, if they still end up being built, then they're probably let's put it this way: if the British have got a 28 knot battle line, then nail rods are going to have to be 28 knots to keep up with Queen Elizabeth and the Queen Elizabeth sonars, aren't they? Because they're going to want to keep the battle line together. The nail rods are pitched at the speed of the R's, because they need basically that's the slowest the slowest the Royal Navy can get away with for their battle line, the speed of the R's. So if they'd have to be 28 knots, and then that would be the minimum speed for the King George V, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's one of the reasons why some consider the Alaska class of battlecruisers if you use the speed argument as a condition. But being a battlecruiser is more than just your speed. As I've been over before, the Alaskas are heavy cruisers. That reminds me, I don't think I've done the Alaskas. Oh. I am considering redoing one of my battle cruiser videos because I'd like to. I think I can do it better now than I did it when I did it first, and I might do it as part of the Year of Technology and give it that sort of theme. Yeah. That could be interesting. But, yeah, so I've got an introduction to battle cruisers, which is one of the most popular videos I've ever put out. It's had 14,540 views, all in all. And yeah, I'm considering redoing that as a sort of a video called Designing Battle Cruisers, or designing and defining a battle. What is a battle cruiser? And looking through battle cruisers from that perspective, because I think I could do it better, especially with the whole UAD stuff I can now do on this video, on this computer. I mean. I don't. 5 28 knot 12 15 QAs, 9 15-inch guns, 28 knot R's, and 1 12 15 32 Admiral and 2 9 Renown would be a very useful fleet at the start of World War II. Yeah. Well, you also have to remember the Admiral would probably the Renowns. Renowns would probably be more than that. They probably want to push them up to about 32 knots. And the Admiral would probably be pushed up to try and do 35 knots or something to give it a significant advantage over the Queen Elizabeth. Because as it is, it's got a 7 knot advantage over 25 knot Queen Elizabeths. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try and go for a 7 knot advantage for the Admirals again. So Clarke, was modification in the R class with small tube boilers seriously considered in the 20s to increase speed? I mean, they already had relatively small tube boilers, but yes, they did consider all sorts of things for them. But it was considered very expensive. Because they didn't have the space that the Queens did. Magnus, because of you, I finally started spelling battle cruiser instead of battle cruiser. Thanks. It's a pleasure. That's what it is. Oh, that's the argument I will have consisting of people. The fact that Japan started a war and knew it couldn't win continuously puzzles me. Oh, well, the fact that Philip V of Macedon did the same thing always puzzles me. But there again, many of the wars have been started by many people who knew they'd lose them. They sometimes don't really think it through. D8. The thing about the Alaskas and the reason they're heavy cruisers is when you realise that the heavy cruiser standard is defined based on a light cruiser, i.e. the Hawkins class were considered large light cruisers, and that was used to define the limitation of what you could build as an escort under the Washington Treaty. Not even heavy cruisers, just that's the largest you can build for a non-capital ship or carrier. And then somehow that by 1930s is divided into heavy cruiser and light cruiser tonnage, and all these things in the London Treaty. You realise that that's an entirely artificial separation, and the fact is the ships which were supposed to be in the middle, the cruisers which would split between the large cruisers and the small, in a nice way, the British used to have first class would have armor cruisers, and sometimes between just below them first class protected cruisers, and then below them second class protected cruisers, and then third class protected cruisers, and also scout cruisers. So you have all these different layers, and then going into World War One, you have light cruisers, you have armor cruisers, you have scout cruisers, and then the thing is, the armor cruisers aren't being built because there's not enough differential between them and battle cruisers. But by the time battle cruisers reach hood size, you now need to start building armor cruisers again. The British are looking at them, and that's when the Washington Treaty comes in, and they use the ships which are already in construction, which are the large light cruisers, the Hawkins, which are defined as the maximum for escorts. And that's fine for the next few years. It's fine. But that means you don't end up with a real heavy cruiser by the time World War II comes out. Because a real heavy cruiser by the time... If you're in a world where your capital ships, your battle cruisers and battleships are 35,000 plus tons. And by the way, there's not it's quite historical for cruisers actually to displace more in total than battleships. It's quite historical because cruisers had to do all sorts of functions as well as fight battles. Then you would have thought, then naturally you should have had, sitting at around about the 16 to 18,000 ton mark, a heavy cruiser, and then the next cruiser down will be about the 10 to 12,000 ton mark, which is actually where quite a lot of the cheat ships land up for some reason. It must work quite well as a figure. And then you probably end up with another level of cruiser down around about the 6,000 ton mark, and then you have destroyers around the sort of the 2,000 to 3,000 ton mark, and all sort of that. And that's where you'd expect them to be if it was a natural progression. But it's treaties, and it causes all weird things. Courageous, Furious, and Glorious were also considered large light cruisers by the glorious man that is Jackie Fisher in order to try and get them through, because he wasn't supposed to be building capital ships. It's fun. As I was asking, would the Admirals be built if you had 32 knot Renowns? I just built some more Renowns instead. That might be the case. You might have the third Renown instead of a Hood, but you probably would have an Admiral class still built. Because they'd want to see how fast they can make it. How many tiers would the USA have been having? The British having all those powerful R's, QEs, Admirals, and Renowns? They'd probably be trying to build their equivalents. So you probably see the Americans would be upping theirs to roughly. They'd be trying to get 12, 16-inch guns and this gun and that gun on their ships as well. Because traditionally the Americans went for slightly slower, slightly more gun ships. That's how they compensated. That's random. It's interesting that some minor nations are extremely good in some areas of military hardware. Belgians, small arms, machine guns, Czechoslovakia, artillery, tank sect. They do well. But the USN had a design for a 55,000 ton battlecruiser. It was rejected to avoid starting an arms race. Hence the USN says, okay, here's our ante. That's right. Wouldn't faster Queen Elizabeth Avengers rounds give Hood a break on being worked into the oblivion? It would certainly change things. It would also change things for quite a lot of well, let's put it this way. You suddenly, if the Renowns and the Queen Elizabeths are all 28 knot ships, that changes things in the Mediterranean, that changes things around the world. It changes the whole status of upgrading ships into war years, because suddenly it's worthwhile keeping the Renowns and everyone up to a 28 knot speed. Gives the RN quite a fast battle line. In fact, one of the faster battle lines. You mean 15 to 17,000 knots a ton? 15 to 17,000 tons isn't a destroyer? No, it's not. It's a cruiser. Yes, it would. On the other hand, Hood would probably be carrying 4 triples on 16.5-inch guns in such an scenario, which would still leave Hood as a stator ships. 16.5-inch guns is an interesting idea. I think for getting her through wars, it would be 4 triple 15s. So she'd still be the big status battle cruiser. No, Alaskas were large cruisers. In fact, in many ways, if this is going to sound strange, but if the other battleships they've been building had been built, as well as the Iowas, we might actually see the Iowas as, well, they'd still be fast battleships, but they'd be actually probably, people might be also arguing whether or not they were battle cruisers. Because compared to the battleships built at the time, the other battleships, they would look like that in comparison. So that's sort of the interesting thing. To an extent, it is always contextual because battle cruisers tend to have a similar thickness, if not the same coverage, of armor as the previous generation of battleship. So they can look, oh, look at how heavily armored that ship is. Surely it's a battleship now. Well, no, it isn't, because look at the current development of battleship. It's like the G3s. If you just have the G3s built, people will probably be calling them fast, but no, they were definitely fast battleships. But if you have the G3s and the N3s built, then no one's going to argue that the G3 isn't a battle cruiser, because compared to the floating lump of steel that is the N3, it's a battle cruiser. It is. Arrows, do you have an opinion on the overrated Admirals? I think they'd have made excellent aircraft carriers. And, to be honest, I think the reason they're overrated is because for a while they were worthy of that, because they were the biggest and best ship in the world for a fair number of years. There was nothing that could catch them, and anything that could catch them could certainly not outfight them. Well, that's the case for Hood. But the thing is, having one ship like that, as I say repeatedly, 1 is a white elephant, 2 is an availability, if it's available, 3 is a capability, because you usually have 1 available, 4 is a guaranteed. So if you want something, you need at least 4, if you need it every time. If you want it available most of the time, you need 3. If you like the status of having it and want it actually practical, so you usually have it available, you need at least 2. And if you have 1, you just have a white elephant. So if someone has 1 carrier, oh, you cute, you have an aircraft carrier, isn't that lovely? It's not a capability. You have 1. That's fine. I'll wait to start a war till that thing's in dry dock and can't move anywhere. It's quite easy. So Hood getting blown sky high has no effect on Alaska being large cruisers. No. They were large cruisers. That's what the USN was building. Also, I think it's partly putting a faith in the fortune of war. Bet off on the off chance that a big battle changes public opinion in the enemy and then negotiate. Not really. That's not. The Japanese do understand exactly what the Japanese Navy understand exactly what they're facing. The Japanese Army don't. It read up on the Bofors 50% automatic gun they fitted onto to their twin engine and the shipping aircraft 950s. They were so accurate and hard hitting they sank the targets too fast. It's cool. But as often as you say one, well, the trouble is not really, because the smaller ships aren't as capable. This is the problem. People again go, well, the answer is to build more smaller ships. Really? That's probably going to cost you more, because what do you think the big cost is for the ships? It's the engines, it's the systems and the command and control systems and the weapons which go into them. So you want to build more smaller ships. That's cute, but honestly, the difference between a Renown and a Hood is not that much. And I'd rather have 3 Hoods than 3 Renowns. And I'm a big fan of Renowns. I don't have a Hood screen. I have a Renown screen that goes up here. I like the Hoods, Renowns. They're my favourites. They're probably my if you could see my screen now, the picture on the screen, the big picture on the screen when I have nothing else up there, is HMS Renown in the end of towards the end of the World War II. She looks gorgeous. She's with the British Pacific Fleet. She's doing all sorts of fun things. And she looks absolutely beautiful. There's a couple of carriers around her. But she's the centre of the screen. And yet, if I had the choice between free renowns and free hoods, I would have to go for free hoods. Free admirals. And smaller ships are great. They're wonderful. Yeah, I'm a big fan of corvettes. I'm writing a book on Flower Class. I'm writing a book, and the other book of ships I'm doing is the U-class submarine, which is one of the smallest submarines in World War II. However, they are great ships, and you can mass produce them in wartime, but after the war, if you want to make them do anything else, you're going to have to rip everything out and change them, and that's going to be expensive. And you're not going to get the money to keep building new ships to replace them every time you need to upgrade technology. Because that's what you have to end up having to do. So you've got to find a balance between the right size ships. And again, you start to go, but they go, well, we could have more small ships, but can they absorb the firepower of the 15-inch guns? HMS Furious. One of the big things we talk about is the 18-inch gun fitted in HMS Furious. And people go, well, the British 18-inch gun wasn't that great. No, of course it wasn't. Do you see how it had to be mounted? It was a single turret, so that we all know that's bad. No one's doing single turrets at this point because they know how inaccurate they are. And we're fairly certain it's actually shortened so that it doesn't cause too much damage when moving around on Furious, which suggests that those 18-inch guns were being designed for something else. Which is where all my work started on HMS Agincourt, because I was trying to figure out what else could they be designed for, and then I started looking at Agincourt, and Agincourt they're talking about 15-inch specials, and 15-inch specials, well, the 13.5-inch specials were the 15-inch guns, so what's a 15-inch special going to be? And so that's what I'm sort of looking into, and why I'm looking into the Agincourt. And this is the reality you're dealing with. Because it looks bad, because that's a smaller ship being given the firepower. No, it would have been far better. Let's say Agincourt was being built, let's say it was going to have 6 18-inch guns. Now that would give everyone an idea of what a British 18-inch gun would be, but also that would have been a frigging scary thing to have turning up at Jutland. Something with 6 18-inch guns turning up at Jutland going, hello? That would have changed Jutland. Because every single thing they hit would have felt it as it passed through them and created a great big hole letting water in. Hood is not therefore a white elephant, because basically it's part... going back to the Hood being one-off and therefore being a white elephant. Hood as an individual is a white elephant. Hood as part of the Royal Navy battle cruisers with the 2 Renowns and HMS Tiger, well, that's your 4 ships, that's your 4 battle cruisers. And then when Tiger goes, theoretically, you're supposed to have Vanguard under construction, which is going to provide your 4th ship, and then you're going to replace them with roughly 4 Vanguards. And that's your 4 fast ships. Rant over. Need more iron brew for my voice. And, as pointed out by Mark Harkness, Congress had funded the Alaskas in September 1940 when Hood was still afloat. I think the Tillman would have been fun, Megascrow, but honestly, if my suspicions about the Admiral class carrier conversion is actually real, and I know I cannot. It's one of those scenarios where, as a historian, I can talk about it on here because I can say, look, I cannot prove it. I've got no smoking gun document. I've got lots of things round the edge, which the only solution that makes sense to my understanding of information right now is this. But I can't prove it, so I'm not writing in a book or anything, but I can tell you that. It would be that. There's also, I would love to see what HMS Agincourt actually would have looked like. Both me and Drac have our different views on it. Drac thinks she was going to carry 9 or 12 15-inch guns. I think 6 18-inch guns. We'll see. It would be interesting. What else would I like to do? Oh, there's tons of destroyer designs I'd like to see. And the Malta class. And there's a fair number of American ships and Japanese ships I'd like to see built. Honestly, I'm not the big fan of German construction, mainly because their ships seem overly worked up. But I wouldn't mind seeing how nice and how actually would have worked if she'd had the 15-inch guns fitted. Whether she could have worked with them or whether they would have actually busted her hull. And just because I'm fairly certain it would have led to the actual completion of the Audacious class and the Maltas, a German aircraft carrier would be quite fun, or an Italian aircraft carrier would be quite fun to have completed. Sorry. This is the trouble. When I start giggling, because the way my body is in this room and it is connected, there is part of me which is attached to the table, everything starts shaking and I get this thing going up and down. And it makes me want to giggle more. I am getting a stabilized camera. That's on the purchase list. That's on the purchase list at the end of this month. So that will hopefully stop me having the giggle shakes. Oh, it literally shakes the roof of my belly shakes when I laugh. Oh, okay, sorry. More tea, iron brew. That's good, Steve. Yeah, it was Hood armoured against his own 15-inch on the shells, because the Iowas were not armoured against their own guns and shells. That's the thing. Battlecruisers are not really... they're armoured against their own guns at long range, not at normal, what would be called normal engagement ranges. And that's... Hood is an interesting one, because people go, well, it has the same armour as this battleship. Yes, it does. But that it doesn't have it covering the same percentage of the hull. And doesn't carry it at sort of the same depth. So, yes and no. It depends where they get hit. Nice one. Why do we forget Hood was never supposed to be a single ship, but a lead ship of 4? Probably because that's easier than remembering that it was supposed to be a lead ship of 4, because it's only one built. 2. To keep Vanguard up to date, you probably need to have seen the 5.25s replaced with 3-inch 70s, and some are 4 to 8 of the single 40mm retained as dual-purpose close-in weapons. That would be good. That would be very cool, actually. Those 3-inch 70s, I wouldn't mind a few of them around in the Falklands War. They would have caused all sorts of fun for people. You realise it's 11:30 at night. I've just realised I've been now going for, oh goodness knows how many hours. It's 4 hours. Yeah, I better head in at some point. I'll finish this iron brew off and then we'll finish tonight. Hey, caramba. German aircraft carrier might be more entertaining for you, but not for the poor pilots trying to land on her. Oh, let's be honest, it's going to be a toss-up between which is worse, the pilots trying to land on her, or the engineers trying to maintain aircraft aboard her. Either one, it will definitely not be a posting for anyone who they like in Germany, because it'll be an absolute torture posting. D8, it's only 6:23 PM here in Kandistan. It's 0:23 hours here in Poland. You're an hour ahead of me, Albert. And it's Monday tomorrow. Surely you should be, resting. Hello, Bijan. I'm going home and you're still on. Yes. Oh. For some reason it seems to me, when I do less books, I do more chatting and they go on longer. Not sure why. Colin Cameron, I was wondering when the doc would notice time. I've already finished my 1901. 1901 fills up less than 2 of my glass. This doesn't refill this twice. So you know, I am. I have to have the regular to back up the 1901, or I have to have multiple bottles of 1901 around for this. Mm-hmm. By the way, if you're wondering where my poppy is, I do have it. I've had it in the video the entire time, just in case anyone's wondering. I've got a 40th anniversary of the Falklands War, or as they're calling it, Falklands Conflict, 40th anniversary poppy. And that's been sitting up here the whole time. Fortunately, I'm working from home, and I just need to wake up and start my work. I only need to pick up my hire car tomorrow and then drive off to go and start my work. Jack Ray has gifted another membership to someone. Thank you. I am now working out. If I go to here, customize channel. Bam, bam. I go to this one. Memberships. Let's see. How many more default perks, emojis? Oh! I can add another emoji, so I'll be drawing one of those tomorrow. I'm now allowed 14 emojis. I need 24 more to get to 15 emojis. I enjoy these. I've got the maximum badges. Badges go up to the one for 48 months. The one for 48 months is pretty darn cool. So basically, I can tell how long you've been a member for by the badge by your name. So we've got badges for 1 month, badges for new members, badges for 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months. I think the maximum people anyone's got here is 12 months. And then there's a 36-month badge, a 24-month badge, a 36-month badge, and a 48-month badge. Take care, Calvin Gasberg. Make sure, if you feel like kicking an internet beehive, Falklands War or Conflict runs for cover. I think I've already done stuff on the Falklands War. I've actually written a whole master's thesis on the Falklands War and the bachelor's thesis on the Falklands War. And yeah, I've got 3 videos I've done on the Falklands War on this channel already. Who commanded the Falklands War, introduction to Falklands Command, and another introduction to Falklands Command. So I presume one worked and one didn't, considering they're slightly different timings. And we've had Michael Clapp and Julian Thompson and a couple of other of my buddies who are Falklands War veterans on the Bilge Pumps podcast, which is always fun. Which we should get some of them back again. Alright, 600. So what did the IGN do if the Iron has 28 knot Nalrod, Queen Elizabeth R, and 32 knot Hood and Renana and Pulse? Build faster. Probably worry about their speed. Because if the British are going that fast and have that many ships which are that fast, then they need to start modifying their own ships for speed. Yeah, someone asked earlier when your Flower Class Corvette book is due. The Flower Class Corvette book, I'm now writing pretty much on spec myself. I have been from the beginning. I haven't had any money or any contracts or anything towards it, and I'm thinking it's going to be one of my books I'm going to Kindle publish. My plan is to have 4 books ready to go and put them all out on Kindle together, because I've been chatting with Glyn Stewart and that's what he advised. So I have no idea when it'll be ready right now. I'm going to write them all and I'm going to get them ready. I've currently got about 25,000 words on the Flower class done, 15,000 on the U class, and honestly I've got 4 different personnel books which are at 4,000 words, and I'm working out which one I'm actually going to take forward. I don't think I'm going to do Henderson as one of the first 2. Mainly because my theory is if I can get 4 books up on Kindle and they can start earning money, then I can reinvest that money into doing the rest of the books, and I'd really like Henderson to have plenty of money to do that as properly as I could, because he's never had anything done about him. So I'm probably looking at... Well, I was considering doing Jellicoe, Watts, Fisher, and White as my first. Well, they're the first 4 I've written, so I'm going to pick 2 of those probably. Okay, before COVID, I kept a bowl of nice chocolate, Dove, on my desk of work for people to care up some. It helped people feel better. COVID killed that. Membership gifting fills a void a little. I'm glad it helps. And I would say, I hope that comes back. I used to do something similar. In my office, when I was at uni, I always had chocolates in there for the students when they came in, because especially when you split your time between academic skills and the history of engineering. You get all the students from all the sciences and the engineering coming in to talk about essays, and they often find it quite hard, especially if when in their first year and their final year. Dissertation tends to throw them for a bit of a loop, especially things like literature review, which are international standards they have to do. So that's part of the university's degree awarding licenses and requirements. And yeah, it's fun. So reducing Nagato's guns speed will be seen as a better choice, something that should have done historically. Who knows what they'd do? They might well have gone with a triple turret themselves. That's the thing. If once the British start down the triple turret route, how long is it before the Americans and the Japanese and the Italians are going to go down that route as well? The Germans are going to panic like anything. Please note, this is the point. If the Royal Navy produce a 12-15 gun, 4 triple turrets, 28 knot Queen Elizabeth class, and are building that, the Germans are going to feel they're going to have to match that, and that's going to require them developing a new turret, new guns, getting their ships up to 28 knots, and all the infrastructure needed to support it. That could break the Germans in 1912. Probably would. And not wait till 1913 and we want 8 and we won't wait. Would you consider format sold on Kindle? I will be published on as many e-book formats as I can possibly get. I'm using Kindle as a short, well, basically as a catch-all. But yes, it'll be published on as many as I can. Sorry to hear that, Skippy Africanas. It's a good thing, a good one in New York City every Sunday after I stay in my room correctly. Had a few friends go to it. Remember, I thought about trying to match you drink for drink with Mountain Dew, but I'm pretty sure something would explode. Yeah, it takes experience to ride this, and you have to remember, I already, before the Bruships actually began, I'd already finished off a litre of Iron Brew before this began. Yeah, I started off yesterday with, let's see, on Friday night I had 4 bottles of Iron Brew in there. I'm down to 1. So I have drunk 6 litres of Iron Brew since Friday evening at 6 o'clock. And I think, did the US set the battle BB World Washington limit because they had no ship bigger than 35,000 tons? They certainly tried to push it that way. Well, most people didn't have ships bigger than 35,000 tons. Only one nation had a ship really bigger in service, bigger than 35,000 tons. The rest were all building them. And as for Australian, didn't the Germans offer the Dutch a quadruple turret design in 1913? They were offering, they had an on paper design for a quadruple 11-inch turret. Let's be honest, there is a big difference between a quadruple 11-inch turret and a triple 15-inch turret in terms of the weight and stresses it's going to have to take, if I remember correctly. It's the one I'm thinking of. Oh. That is a cool little office. Jack Ray. Rubik's Tower. Ooh, yep. Well, often my trick was to, if I had students who were coming in who I knew were iron diagnosed with various things but were having problems, I would set up various little completely unscientific things in my room, like having pictures slightly askew or something like that, and just see how they acted around them, and then I could give them advice over who I think they should go and contact, i.e. what kind of special needs do I think you are, and it's entirely based on my experience as a mentor and my own experience of being dyslexic and dysgraphic and having a sister who's dyspraxic and various other things and cousins who have all these things. And as I always say, I don't consider it a learning disability. I consider them basically, everyone's on a learning spectrum in their methodologies of learning. Some people are kinetic learners, some people are auditory learners, some people are... I learn by teaching. I'm really weird. And we all have our own methodologies. And the thing is, that's how it works with our brains and our way we're set up. And some people are in the box in the middle, and so they can fit within the normal distribution. And some people fit on the outliers. And if you're on the outliers, you get a title. If you're in the normal distribution, you're considered normal. You're still strange, trust me, you're still somewhere on that. You're nowhere, no one is perfectly normal, but you're just less strange. You're just more in the general pack than the others. And you know, you could set things up and you could work out whether someone was that form or that form roughly from various things you could position around your room. And it was also it it was to have a couple of different fidget toys on my desk, and which one they'd pick up is also a bit of a thing I found from my own experience and observation. People who had different sort of differences would go for different types of fidget toys. And so I could advise them over who to go and contact would be best. Had chocolate, but was also doing a mild form of human experimentation. That's right, I thought it was 14-inch quadruple turret, if I'm not mistaken. As the Dutch Navy set specification, but declined a quadruple turret as the one would take out half the guns. Honestly, I'm on Navy Wets and I'm trying to hunt down a German 14-inch gun. Battleship main guns. 14-inch. That's probably a Mackensen class. Yeah, well, no, that's 13.78. So that could be it, I suppose. That's 13.78 inch, though. Is that York and Bayern? 14. That's 14.96. So, yeah, honestly, I'm trying to find something to sort of back it up. But I thought it was an 11-inch gun, but I could be wrong. Honestly, as I said, the Germans. There's so many designs going backwards and forwards. There is always the chance that there's one I've missed. That's the great thing about being a historian. You can be a perpetual student if you're really interested in it. Oh, good lord, no. The chair legs are different lengths is taking it to far too high a degree. Oh, too. Vickers had a design for a double-stack quad 12-inch 2/2 in 1910. That didn't mean it could be produced then. Take care, Tanaverka. Go get some sleep. I'm going to be going to bed as soon as I finish this. This is basically, I'm finishing this and then I'm off. And the fact that after drinking this much caffeine I can go straight to sleep tells you all you want to know about how crazy my system is. I think I always say everyone is nuts. It's just that there's a commonly agreed range of crazy that is considered normal. True. Yeah, we're all interested. There are free fidget toys in that picture. I know, Jack Ray. Don't take this the wrong way, but the fact that you had those toys was spotted by me, and also would give me a little idea. I have at least two of them, I think. I had two of them in my office box. It's one of the strange things. It's one of the things I never picked up myself, despite my form of dyslexia apparently enjoying fidget toys. I never picked up fidget toys. Well, not conventional ones. I always use Lego. This is always my fidget toy. You will probably have rarely seen this in the past, because often I've kept my Lego out of view of the camera. And I'm not sure why I did, but I do. But things like Lego cars, which I can put backwards and forwards and sort of roll around, that's my version of a fidget toy. Always has been. Trains that I can move around and all those things. Don't know why. Not supposed to. I'm supposed to. With my form of particular dyslexia, I'm supposed to really like the kind of fidget toys where you sort of you click things backwards and forwards. The poppy fidget toys. But no, those have never appealed to me at all for some reason. I had a teacher who had all kinds of hard candies, like Napoleon in Marvel. It was just not sweet. So I better kept track of who picked what and why. Cool. Sure, the Germans must have looked at 14-inch because of treaties. No, they looked into 16-inch. They did. Well, there is a debate as to how far along their 16-inch guns were. They were planned for their. They were planned for their H class, but yeah, they stuck to mostly the 15-inch. And they did have the 53 centimeters, that sort of massive gun. Ay, caramba. Why the Germans insist on sticking with a sliding breech lock, I will never know, but we'll leave that to one side. It takes up so much space. I'm sure there are very good engineering and perfect solutions, but it is incredibly difficult to operate in so much space. Take care, History Vanguard. Knight 6831. So with 6Rs, which one becomes the training ship? Oh, with 6Rs, probably Royal Sovereign, probably the oldest. That's normally what they make the training ship. So everyone, I got a video now. What is the reference for Dr. Bennett? He's my supervisor. I was saying there is... I have been lucky enough to pretty much work with, in some regards, with all my historical heroes. In some regards, barring Harry Bennett. So there is a sort of, I'm always looking out for jobs being at Plymouth University because I'd like to go work with him. He's a superstar and he's really, really cool. And people were wondering who he was and whether what books he'd written. So I gave them a list and said, go buy them because he's very, very cool. I had two. If Lego is your fidget toy of choice, then I wonder if you're Lego RMS Titanic. Not the Titanic, no. I do have quite a lot of Legos. I used to have, well, I still do have up in various spots. I have a lot of Lego around the house. I used to build a lot of Lego castles. But not the castles they sent me. I got the big boxes of multicoloured Legos. And I build my own castles, which would be militarily accurate. Okay? They would actually be defensible fortifications. I should know. I had a sister who occasionally, in a fit of pique with me, would try and chuck them. Teenagers do that. Please do not think she does it today. And they survived. They didn't break. I built them strong. My castles could withstand it all. My friend, it's a bit of a mystery, as it's between the Kaiser and Koenig class and Bayern class. It's an interesting puzzle. You come across tons of Easter eggs. It's just like the 120mm Hazelmere. The fun times. Mark Anderson, bless my wife, I'm getting a Lego hood. I am loved. You are very much loved. You're either very much loved, or she's keeping you busy for some reason. But I think probably either way it's loved, because honestly there are far cheaper ways of keeping you busy. So loved, definitely. Alright, I have finished Iron Brew, so I am going to be saying goodbye shortly, but I'm just going to finish all the questions. My friend, here's a nice known fact. A person that goes into a bathroom at any place of work, he will always use the same urinal stall, the same stall. No. Yeah, I realise that is a common perception, but I do know from my own experience and from others that if, well, for example, when I'm running a centre for the company I work for running A-level and GC revision centres, the Justin Craig, I will cycle through every single bathroom in the place, in the centre. And the reason for that is I go in to check. So yeah, I can understand why if you're in and also I have to admit as a uni lecturer it's the same thing. There are multiple toilets, and on some days of the week they are good, and some days of the week those ones are not good, and you don't go to them, you go to different ones. It all depends where the large lectures are. And a wonderfully supportive supervisor. I'm lucky to be under him. And Dr. Lewis Halewood at Plymouth University. Lewis is cool. Lewis is very cool. And he's won the Julian Corbett Prize in 2020, which is a very prestigious thing to have won. I have to admit that's something I have never done. So he's very good. You're very lucky, no supervisors. They're both excellent. And no, too, in my experience, the biggest issue with Legos is that you tend to run out of space after a while, and other people get annoyed at the lack of table desk space. Yeah, this is why this office is so wonderful for me. It's no one. It's basically like a second sort of space. Well, no, third after my mezzanine in the garage. Fourth after the attic, which I basically use as a storage block because I'm the only one who can get up the ladder. And then, of course, I had my offices. They're all good. By gum. Nice one. How short does World War One need to be to get the 4 Admirals, 4 G3s, and 4 N3s? If somehow World War One had managed to go on for a little bit longer, you might well get the Admirals in World War One, and then they'd have started on the G3s and the N3s. And if you don't have if the treaty doesn't come into, let's put it this way, if the war goes on till about 1920, you could probably get the 4 Admirals. If the peace treaty doesn't come until 1924, after that you probably get the G3s and maybe even 1 or 2 of the N3s. And that's the interesting world we then live in. Take care, Jack Ray. Thank you, John Shaw. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, D8. Thank you, Abzaski. Thank you, Mark Hartness, 96831. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Steve Ross. You can feel myself fortunate. Yes, you are. They're very good. What was the RN equivalent of the US Navy's war game in Royal Naval College before World War II? Also, can you recommend a book for that? Oh, good lord. Wargaming. Oh, I can't really recommend a book for it because Well, there's Phil Weir's PhD thesis you can download from Exeter, which is on naval aviation exercises. My PhD thesis hasn't yet come out, and that's got a bit of it in there, but really there's no real book in there. That's something I've got to sort out. I have got to make sure that the money and all that stuff's put together for that to actually come out as a proper bound version in the library, rather than just digitally. Night, Jimby. Thank you, Night Secret everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Skippy of Grass. If anyone went on to 1920, no European government not have been overthrown. No, I'm fairly sure Britain would have been fine. France and Italy might have had issues. But the British government was doing okay. Scandinavian governments were fine. Spanish government was okay. Austro-Hungarian government was interesting. German government... things would have got complicated, but the German government is kind of interesting. Honestly, I think it's more stable sometimes than it looks on the outside if they kept going. And the only way it keeps going till 1920 is if there are not startling successes on the ground. This is the point. The main reason the German government starts to look fraky is because the British army is making so many advances. And the French army by that point is beat up. The American army isn't yet in the field in full strength as they will be soon. So they are improving, training up, but they're not yet really and they're not really at any sort of level of capability to lead the advance. It's British government, British army advancing, and God, they do a good job of it. But that's the thing: if the British army hadn't been able to advance for some reason, if the logistics and support hadn't been there, then the war could have gone on for for a lot longer. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Karma Gasberg. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Hope you enjoyed. And, yeah. Thank you. Oh, it finally caught itself up. Oh. Enjoy your dinner, Stafford. Thank you for watching, Aaron. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the super chats, and thank you for the memberships you've gifted, Jack Ray. I think they've all been collected now. And thank you, Aaron. No, too, Dr. Clarke, you could ask Jack Ray if you could make a reading list on his website with links and ISBN codes. I do sometimes put them down below in links down below to Amazon, etc., and all those things. I should probably get back to doing that, but I haven't managed to. And I am considering doing more with Amphibious Necessity and my blog on Blogspot, because it's quite it's yeah. I haven't done anything on it since 2015, so this is entirely on me. I've got this lovely blog set up, which I've got some quite cool pictures, and it's sitting there. It's quite nicely done, and I've got posts, and I've got a link to my Twitter, and all the things I'm doing on that. So it keeps live, and it's linked up to the other blogs I sort of used to read quite regularly, and well, yeah, it's there, but I just haven't done any work with it. And I know I should probably do Squarespace or something like that, but Blogspot was always fine back then, and I think it still works quite well. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and thank you for watching. Oh, there. The comment goes, but I'd be very surprised at any gun having that faster firing cycle time when it's a 15-inch gun. Let's see. According to, just before we go, you're saying that it could fire 22.3 seconds. They do say. Well, corrupt official documents cite the rate of fire as being every 26 seconds at 4-degree elevation, so not notably faster than any other nation's large caliber weapons. But this elevation range, the range would be considerably less than 10,000 meters. It is possible that well-trained gun crews could reduce this to 20 seconds necessary to meet the rate of fire of 3 times per minute. In a May 1941 report by the German Artilleriversuchskommando, the artillery testing command for ships, stated that the turret ammunition hoists of Bismarck were capable of delivering between 23 and 25 rounds per minute for all 4 turrets, the equivalent of 3 rounds per minute per gun. However, the same result stated that design faults in the hoists led to 2 significant breakdowns during the evaluation, both of which caused long interruptions in the ammunition supply. Finally, she noted that Bismarck fired a total of 91 rounds during her 13 minutes of firing at Denmark Strait, which is actually less than 1 round per gun per minute. So, Navy Weps is pretty reliable as sources go. I know it's not the most. It's an online source, and I know people do sort of critique those, but I quite like Navy Weps, and I'm fairly sure they're probably being accurate on this one. And if we go to look at their sources, they have all sorts of sources left out, including the AVKS tests on Battleship Bismarck. The actual report is able to be linked to. Ooh. I'm going to have to read that later. I'll post it now. I'll signpost it for my leading editor. But I'm going to put the Navy Weps link for the 15-inch guns also on the site thing. And thank you very much for watching. Hope you've all enjoyed. I know I have. We got to 13 parts, and we're going to have an ending. Oh, actually, no. It's going to be, yeah. Right. So there should now be chapters for each of the things. Right, thank you very much, everyone. I better get off and get to bed. Take care, everyone. Hope you're well, and thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Bye. Doodles.